any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction.
He's doing his Umberto.
You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear.
On.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
My daisy, they may fall. Oh! Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
I'm Vibhu Norby, and I'm the Chief Product Officer of the Solana Foundation. Yeah, so international payments is a huge problem. If you come to go play a tournament in the Bahamas, but you're a citizen somewhere else, how do you get money from one country to the other? How do you get money out when you win a tournament? How do you get paid out? Today, the old system is really inefficient. There are a lot of fees. The money can get locked up. Solana makes it easy and instantaneous and free. This is really the power of digital money. I can send someone $1 million or $1, pay a fee under 1/10 of a cent, and it shows up in your wallet instantly, no matter where you are in the world, it doesn't matter. So we're really excited to work with World Series on not just this brand partnership, but how do we enable the poker economy with digital finance and digital money? That's really the next step, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff come to life later this year.
Daniel Negreanu is still alive on the final day of a 25K. Paul Volpe still alive at the 50K PPC final table, where Benny Glaser looks for bracelet number 9. And with that, we welcome you back to the 2026 World Series of Poker from the Horseshoe in Paris here in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is WSOP Countdown, coming to you almost live from the Paris Ballroom, where it is the final day of the 25K Mix No Limit PLO, where it is the final day of the 50K PPC, and where it also is day one of the Ladies Championship, which we will showcase in future days. Hi, everybody. Jeff Platt, David Williams, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Fellas, let's just go ahead and get right to it. A lot of poker yesterday, as there always is at the World Series of Poker. We crowned one more bracelet winner in our race to give out 100 this summer. Stapes, I will give your line back to you.
Thank you, sir. Buckle up, buckaroo, because it's time for the tight laydown. First up, Harry Rubin won the 1K PLO. Poker News reported he blew up the after party. He spent time with his dad. What a dork. With 3 high-profile third-place finishes under his belt, Josh Reichert finally closed one out for his first bracelet and was so shocked he got confused which one of these two he was supposed to make out with. It's not the size of the fight in the dog, it's the size of the dog in your mouth. On to the final table, the Millionaire Maker, which played shallower than Kevin Hart's swimming pool. First up, Jacob Gagnon gets it in bad, but flops good. And turns good, but not really. Turns out his rail knows what's up. And it's Counterfeit City. Jacob won't be laddering. We cut to 3-handed now for some reason. Brad Gafford flops best with King 10, but Joe Liberta is more up and down than the price of crypto. Gafford does his best to deny equity on the flop, but on the turn it's Liberté, Equité, and Fraternité as Joe makes the straight. It's the best of times and the worst of times for Gafford, making second pair. Gafford, fresh out of guillotines, needs a king or a 10 to catch up. He doesn't, and he's going to need a second pair of boxer briefs as Liberta makes the easy call, busting Brad, who can now afford all the underwear he wants. Heads up came down to Joe Liberta and Lassane Al-Gaib, Mike Monroy. Monroy started with a deficit but used the voice to double up on this hand when he flopped 3 Padisha Emperors. Monroy would eventually once again get low on Precious Moisture and get it in with 10-8.
Give it a shot.
But it would be Liberta's turn to flop the Heretics of Dune.
Oh my goodness.
It was the 5th book of the series. Seriously, have any of you ever read a book?
Hold on. Let him deal one more.
The Bene Gesserit on the turn poisons the Duke of Arrakis, but don't worry, he still won $1 million. However, it's Joe Liberta who gets the extra $250,000 and one of the world's toughest bracelets. And finally, the 50K Poker Players Championship played down to the final table. Big bankrolls, big bets, and a variety of games that serve no purpose other than to confuse poker commentators. One highlight here with 10 remaining, deuce to 7 single draw, a variant popular in home games if you happen to live in a home for the insane. Paul Volpe opens, Phil Ivey 3 bets, Jesse Lonis 4 bets, most of his stack with a pat 9-7, gets it in. Volpe stands pat as well and shows 9-5. Not only does this take the field down the 9, but the best part is he knocks out a guy nicknamed Gorilla by feeding him the Montana banana. And that was the tight laydown.
I love those final tables like the Millie Maker where you're just going to see massive pay jumps and just a bunch of all-ins, just action across the board.
It was pretty shallow. To me, it kind of is fitting for an event like that, no offense, is kind of like winning a lottery ticket, you know, to make it past 11,760 some odd players, for it to then come down to a very shallow thing where you're kind of whoever runs the hottest. No offense, by the way, to anyone who played well in this thing, but, you know, you just got to run pretty hot. I think it's kind of fitting. It's like a lottery ticket.
50K PPC, David, coming up. This won't play as shallow, I would say.
It shouldn't play as shallow. I mean, if you look at the stacks, the average stack is 5 million, which is a lot of big blinds in the big bet games. Yeah. But 6 of the 9 games are limit, and the limit games play actually bigger than the big bet games. I mean, if you think about it, the average stack is 5.4 million. They're playing 200,000, 400,000 limit games. So that means you have about 13 big bets, which may seem like a lot, but if you think about stud games have 5 streets of betting, 3 of them big bets. I mean, that's, if you just call 5th, 6th, and 7th, that's 1.2 million right there. So it's got some depth, but it is a little shorter. You can't lose 3 stud pots in a row or you're in trouble. But let's take a look at the chip counts for the PPC heading into the final table. Seventh place, Jason Mercier, already eliminated and collecting $176,000. The short stack, Paul Volpe, with just under $3 million. Phil Ivey, Chris Tong, Josh Arie, and Max Coleman all bunched up with about an average stack. And your chip leader, Benny Glaser, with over $8.6 million. Let's take a look at what they're playing for. All of them guaranteed at least $226,000, chasing that first place $1.34 million. A WSOP gold bracelet, but not just any WSOP gold bracelet, the Poker Players Championship, one that some of these players might covet the most outside of the main event. To win that bracelet, you have to be good and proficient in all 9 games. You're playing against the best of the best, high buy-in. You get your name etched on the Chip Reese Trophy. This is the one the pros want to win.
I assume that we're not doing picks for this one because we're all just going to pick Benny Glaser.
I mean, probably would, right? With that much of a chip lead with
hard
his
to
skill.
go against Phil Ivey. And
okay,
all right. We are doing picks.
There's some good names there. Look, I'm not picking. I just want to watch.
We're doing picks if Ivey wins.
That's
then
right.
Then I think David.
no. I'm on the record. No pick.
Okay, no pick. No pick. David mentioned Josh Arie, perhaps a future Hall of Famer. Here's what he had to say last night as they were wrapping things up.
I mean, it's fun. It's the toughest competition there is, and so every chip you got to earn it, and it's a lot of fun. I came really close like 6 or 7 years ago, so I'd maybe get another chance. It's always a small field, so I know that there will be a shot. It's just important to just play every hand the best of my ability and see what happens. There's few people with 8 bracelets, and this is like a real bracelet, so it would be really cool.
You talked with Josh a little bit more yesterday, right?
Yeah, so Josh and I were pretty close. Yeah. After we announced the Hall of Fame nominations, he texted me, let me know he felt a little snubbed. He thanked me for mentioning his snub, which I think is correct. And he said, I guess I'm just going to have to win this damn PPC and really make my case for next year.
You gotta love Josh's sense of style. It just screams, "Greetings, fellow teenager."
Sick hoodie, though, which you can buy at the new WSOP store. Okay, I've been trying to get an interview with this guy for 4 years, and an associate producer just walked up and bang, Phil Ivey, the Poker Hall of Famer, chatted with us for a minute.
I think every World Series tournament people want to win. Probably one of the tougher tournaments, I would say, because there's a lot of really talented players playing. So yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to win. No extra adrenaline. It's just another day in the office.
Jeff, I'm not really sure that counts as an interview.
That's fair. After watching it, I feel a little bit more relaxed.
Another day in the office. Tough players.
I feel a little okay with it. All right, so yesterday also marked the start of one of our favorite events of the year, the Tag Team Bracelet events. 1,375 teams. First place, more than $180,000. Brings out all of the colorful characters here at the World Series of Poker. Take a look.
So no bluffs. No bluffs today. 2 fish, 1 dream.
Yeah, my partner is none other than Sugar Sean O'Malley, legendary fighter, legendary guy. We hit it off the first time we met. This week our families are hanging out together. We both have 2 little ones, and they're messing around while we come down here and see if we can run deep in this thing.
I heard the Vikings did a lot of raising and pillaging.
Nice.
Also, I thought it was kind of messed up that the guy dressed like Luigi eliminated a CEO.
As you saw at the end of that clip, we had Jason Kuhn and we had Sugar Sean O'Malley teaming up for this tag team event. And to take the attention away from Stapes' comment, we moved to this interview.
Jeez.
End of the road for you guys. Sean, let me start with you. What was the overall experience like?
The tag team was such a cool experience. I didn't even know it was a thing. And so when he hit me up and said that was a thing, I was like, dude, that would be amazing. Yeah. And I had a great time.
I mean, a day one bust, I know that sucks, but overall, this is pretty awesome, yeah.
Yeah, it's such high morale in there, too. Like, I don't get to drop down and play these kinds of games very often. Everybody's so excited and so cool. And, like, some kid just completely posterized me and made like a hero call with ace high whenever I bet 200% pot. And I know it's like, I could see it on his face. He was like, yes, I got that guy so good. And it's like, it sucks that I lost that pot, but it's also awesome for him. I'm happy he got that. These tournaments are really, really cool. Everybody gets fired up over them. And I skipped a really big tournament for this because I wanted to give us a shot to get deep, but not in the cards. Maybe next year.
You see some future in his game on the field?
100%, dude. This guy's dangerous.
You see some future for yourself on the field? I know you're really getting into poker.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've done a few lessons, and I feel like I realize there's levels to the game. When he's teaching me things, I'm like, I feel like it's mind blowing. So if I could learn from someone like this, like I really, I could get decent. I feel like I'm learning a little bit, but it's such a fun game. I love it. I love poker.
Future is very bright for you, and congratulations to you on the Hall of Fame nomination.
Oh, thank you so much,
You got it.
I was over the moon when I heard that.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. First ballot guy in our.
So Jason and Sugar Sean met on the set of the big game, and they did the whole like, oh, we're going to become friends thing. I never actually thought it was going to happen. I do have a question for you guys. If you just saw the two of them side by side, would you be able to tell which one is the MMA fighter?
I get it. If you didn't know anything, I mean, they both look pretty tough to me.
Yeah.
Kuhn is ripped.
He is, but he wears hoodies. You don't really get to see it. You know, I'm more afraid of Sean.
I mean, the tattooed face is
tattoos on your face.
A bit of a warning sign, yeah.
Purple braids.
So while we're on the subject of the tag teams, the guy who was dressed like Little John in that video, the Robin Hood character.
What?
Not that one.
Probably not that.
The original Little John. He looked kind of familiar to me, and that's because he actually had a moment we caught on camera with the one and only Martin Cabral. You can barely see Martin in this clip, but I assure you, he is the one attempted to be high-fived.
I love you. One time. Everybody's watching. Oh. I'd say, is this where you want to be when Jesus comes back with you in America? You don't know that. Come on, buddy. Casino Royale. There's nobody coming for you, dude. I'm on this side. I'm heckling him. Well, that's what he does to every person in the world. Tell him! I'm here telling them! Anybody? Hey, I have to be nice though, right? Finally. Finally, tomorrow at the Double Dog, you're gonna go down. I'm the greatest shit talker of all time, brother. Casino Royale don't work with me, dog. Come on, buddy. Thomas. One time. Even though he does the same shit? Why? Because we ain't got the same bankroll? I'm a better shit talker.
So originally I was on this guy's side because Martin does deserve a taste of his own medicine, but when I first saw the clip, the guy's so big, he's actually not in the tournament. He's over the rail.
Is his teammate maybe still playing?
I have no idea, but I do agree that that was a little too far for a guy on the rail, but if he had been in the tournament, he was kind of like a combination of both Richard Kiel and Joe Flaherty from Happy Gilmore. He's just like, you're going to miss this shot, jackass.
I mean, it was kind of refreshing, though, seeing Martin get a little bit of his own medicine. I'm not going to lie. He's out of line, but if anybody deserves it, might be Martin. I don't know. Somebody should buy that guy in just so they can actually start at the table. Then
perfect.
Yes.
You can't kick him out.
You jackass. That is perfect. That's a perfect reference. Any chance that Martin cools down a little bit, learns a lesson from all this?
No,
zero.
Drawing dead.
Alrighty.
No.
For you folks at home, if you have ever dreamed of playing in the main event, here is your chance to get in there for free. Just scan the QR code right there. Okay, whatever. You can win the seat. You can go to the WSOP channel on YouTube. You click subscribe. You scan that code. You fill out the short form anytime before the June 28th deadline, and we could see you at the final table. So Norman Chad out today. He is not here to be so mad. That means that Stapes is here to treat us to some happy news.
Jeff, as you know, I love poker. Yes. And I love the World Series of Poker. And I love the Poker Hall of Fame. And I saw the nominations come out yesterday, and I felt a little bit bad for the players whose contributions to poker were amazing, but might not ever make it to the Hall of Fame. So I've started my own WSOP countdown show, Hall of Legends.
Nice. Long time.
For people who will never be in the Hall of Fame, but whose legends need to be recognized. And here is the first class of 2026 inductees and their legendary stories. And though some of the details may have been lost to time, I assure you the basis of all these stories is completely true. First up, oh, hold on.
Do you have the box? You got the box.
Prop.
You got it's not a prop.
There we go.
Very valuable.
Graphics are messing with it. Okay, first name. Thank you, David. First name. Keep it above the graphic. Thank you. First name, Hal Fowler.
Okay.
Yeah, we got a photo of Hal, I think, up there. Back in the 1979 World Series of Poker main event, he actually had bottles of Valium and amphetamines on the table. It was a different time, everybody. During the heads up at 3 o'clock in the morning, Hal asked if they could pause for the night and come back the next day, and the TV crew said, no, we have to play it out. So he announced that he was just going to move all in every hand until the tournament was over. On the very next hand after this, his opponent picks up aces, raises huge. He sticks to his word, shoves it in with 6-7. They called it 6-7 back then. It was a different time. And he ends up making a straight and winning the main event. Legend.
Into the WSOP Countdown Hall of Legends.
Next up, Thor Hansen.
All right, Thor.
Now, Thor Hansen, a lot of people know this story already, but if you don't, is probably responsible for maybe the best poker quote of all time. Thor Hansen was playing in a tournament for $1 million. An interviewer asked him, what would you do if you won the million? He says, I'd pay off some debts. The interviewer says, what about the rest? And he says, they're just going to have to wait. Legend. Next up, Christy Gazes.
All right, Christy.
Now, a lot of people might not know this story. Christy Gazes was playing in a 7-card stud bracelet event, lost a huge pot, had just a couple of chips left. They break her table, and rather than finding her new seat, she takes the chips and the rack, finds a garbage can, throws them in the trash, and leaves. Legend. And finally, one more. Alan Kessler.
Oh, wow.
Now, Alan's a legend for many reasons, but one particular story is that last summer, Alan Kessler won $1 million playing a slot machine.
Yeah.
And the very next day, I saw him playing the same machine. And I said, Alan, what the hell are you doing? You won $1 million in this machine last night. He said, yeah, I wasn't supposed to win that. I still haven't hit the bonus I was chasing from then. Legend. Quick epilogue to that story, by the way. He told me that he was sick of chasing that bonus and let me have it.
Oh.
And me and a group of friends sat there for 27 hours.
Oh.
In shifts. I was there for 22 of them. We got stuck for $7 grand when the thing finally popped off. $7,900 it paid. I spent 22 hours on a slot machine for like $175.
Plus
Legend.
EV, plus EV
Also
plays.
legend.
Put you in the hall.
Legend. Also, the Kessler one had no actual relation to the World Series of Poker like the first three, but that's okay. It's our Hall of Legends.
He's a
it's
WSOP
our
legend.
rules.
The things that make people legendary don't always happen at the poker table.
That is right. David, you're missing the next couple shows, I'm assuming. I mean, I see the 10K PLO on the schedule.
You know, yeah, things that make people legends don't always happen at the poker table. Unfortunately, I'm missing my favorite event, probably more favorite than the main event, the 10K PLO.
Wow.
Playing a little Magic the Gathering.
Okay.
There's a team tournament here in Las Vegas. Haven't had a team tournament in over 10 years, I think. A couple of my best friends are flying in. Matt Sperling, Paul Rietzel, shout out to the boys. And we're playing a little team sealed this weekend here in Vegas. I'll be back on Monday on Countdown. Look, I hate missing the 10K PLO, but this comes around, like I said, once every 10 years. 10K PLO, so every year I'll be there next year.
Real quick, before we hit the alarm, if you have a submission for someone you think should be in the Hall of Legends, let us know. Let us know on Twitter. The only caveat is that the story has to be mostly true. That's it.
That's
These
fair.
are real ones.
That's
mostly.
Fair. Okay, we'll keep track. And good luck in the Magic. If good luck is something you say in Magic,
Yeah.
I don't know. Final table of the PPC coming up. Ali Najad and Jared Blesnick on the call. And that sound means the blinds are going up. It's time for us to make our move and pray. So until next time, we leave you with these sweet, sweet moments from here at the World Series of Poker.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong.
Never poke the bear on.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go. The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
My Daisy, did he maybe fall? Oh! Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
Damn, I'm cold, I'm so clean. Look at me go, yeah, get on my team. Been on a roll, I got what I need. Look at me, I go, look at me, I go. Damn, I'm cold, I'm so clean. Look at me, I'm so fresh, so clean. Bringing it on, stack it with ease. Look at me, I go, look at me, I go. Ay. You know it's going down right now. Ay. Yeah, we about to turn it up. One time for the one time. Talk that talk for me one time. Me and you ain't not the same, that's no lie. Different years, I be putting it in motion. I got it stacked to the rim, ay.
And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the 2026 World Series of Poker. Coming to you from the Horseshoe in Paris. The Paris Ballroom is where we find our beautiful new home. Today, it's final table coverage of one of the most prestigious tournaments of the year, the Poker Players Championship. A $50,000 buy-in, 9 different games, 108 of the best players in the world, and 1 World Series of Poker bracelet, and 1 new name etched on the Chip Reese Memorial Trophy. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff Platt. So happy to have you all with us. So excited to showcase final table coverage. Let's go ahead and say hello to the final 5, shall we? And we start with our chip leader with an 8-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. Benny Glaser looks to become the 7th player to reach 9 or more World Series of Poker bracelets. The man to his left already in that group, the Poker Hall of Famer with 11 World Series of Poker bracelets to his name, Phil Ivey at this final table, alongside a future Hall of Famer. I can go ahead and say it, even though it won't be this year. Josh Aria is currently 6th in the Player of the Year standings, can make the biggest move in that race. With a win today, he jumps into first. Some work to do for Paul Volpe, the 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. 4 second-place finishes, by the way, all in 10K championship events. He does have a 3rd-place finish in this event on his resume. Max Coleman cashed in this event 2 years ago. He is a 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. Before I throw it to you guys in the booth, I wish you all the best of luck at this PPC final table, and I tell Luis to please shuffle up and deal. Here we go.
Thanks so much, Jeff, and a warm welcome to all of you who have been anxiously and eagerly awaiting proper coverage of this 50K Poker Players Championship. I know it didn't come until there were just 5 remaining, but better late than never, and better sooner than later is definitely the story for one Paul Volpe. Ali Najad, alongside Jared Blesnick, was made a pledge to rein it in somewhat here today, but he's still going to be himself.
I'm excited. I'm in a great mood right now. Ali, outside of the main event, this is without question the most prestigious poker tournament in the world. To win a bracelet in at the World Series of Poker.
Interdisciplinary, obviously testing the mettle of so many various
Phil, do you have more blue chips?
Poker variants. As we see the blinds beginning at 50 and 100K. Levels in this one are 100 minutes each. Phil Ivey under the gun. Makes it 225. Aria suited King 10. Decides to flat. And there is the man who all but conquered last summer and somehow managed to be in the shadow of the grinder. Benny Glaser, 3 bracelets. Hunting yet another to add to his handsome trophy case. It contains 8. So heads up to the Queen 9-6 flop here, where the King 10 is performing slightly better, courtesy of a gut shot. 750 in the middle, Jared. Relatively straightforward thus far, I would imagine. Ivey not looking to follow through with this ace-10.
Yeah, I'd love to see Josh here start putting money into the pot. He's in a situation where he's not going to get raised a lot here if he bets. He doesn't have the best hand here, but he has the best equity as far as playability here. And again, when you're at a position and you're Phil Ivey, there's not much you can do against a player like Aria who has you covered in chips.
Stud high.
Nice bet by Josh.
And with that, we shift gears to stud high, and befitting that it's Paul Volpe to point it out. Those from the East Coast, Jared, typically have a little bit more stud experience under their belts. That's kind of where the game maintained a stronghold and kind of was carried west from there.
Yeah, I mean, stud is a game that's been around for decades. It's a lot harder to follow stud, I'd say, on the telecast here, just because some of the cards are face up. What I'd like to say is this. You are watching, okay? You look at Phil Ivey. When we covered the $250,000 buy-in tournament, we watched some of the best poker players in the world. Guys like Jason Koot, guys like Mateos, guys like Bryn Kenny, okay? But in my opinion, Ali, and you can agree with this because you are a mixed game player at heart, if you want to be a true elite poker player across every game, you need to learn mixed games, okay? It's one thing if you're Jason Kuhn and you're one of the best two-way players in the world in No Limit Hold'em and PLO. But in my opinion, the overall best players in the world, guys like Phil Ivey, guys like Benny Glaser, guys like Paul Volpe, if you want to be there, you need to learn how to play all the games.
Well, Benny just played Aurier, who came in for a limp with split sevens there, and the ace-king-10 completed it. Josh showed no further fight. The door card, of course, Jared, oh so critical when it comes to stud. And there's, you know, generally speaking, 3 different types of hands that like to partake. You'll have the split pairs and wired pairs, right? Then you'll have the 3 flushes, right? A 3-suited hand from the gate. And then you'll have like the 3 big cards that are coordinated, straight draw, which of course Broadway was what Glaser was cooking up there. And you saw that completion, earned it right then and there on 3rd Street. Not earning his way into today's coverage, unfortunately, was one Chris Tong. He would be felled in 6th place. And this was the way it went down. Glaser was the man who took him down in No Limit. Tong had 7s. Unfortunately, it would be no good when all was said and done. And this is, in part, what helped to catapult Glaser.
And Ali, to your point, okay, a lot of what stud is your board, okay? What your board is telling a story, okay? What's different about stud and Hold'em, no one's looking at your 2 cards. And stud, you're getting 4 up cards if you go to 7th Street. What does that mean? It means that you can use those cards as leverage to make your hand look better than what it is, okay? Noticing Coleman now showing an ace, coming in for a raise, but doesn't have a pair. But his hand looks a lot better than Volpe's pair of 3s with showing a 3.
Now, obviously, it's a little more challenging for Coleman to tell the story of split aces with an ace up behind him. Glaser into the bin. Ivy, of course, much more keen to come aboard with split queens. Given Glaser already mucked that ace, so Coleman's completion a little less believable. Aurier with a pretty 10-9 in the hole, split 9, some clubs cooking. And Volpe could take a little price here.
You guys also have to understand, when you're watching stud, okay, just like in No Limit Hold'em, right? When you have a small pair and you flop a set, no one sees it coming. What's great about stud is you want to have a pair in your hand. Let's say you have a pair in your hand and you hit that card in the door, or you hit it on 4th or 5th Street, no one's ever going to see it coming.
Right, heavily disguised.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the 3 falls just in front of Volpe on Aurier, who has no interest in it, of course. Coleman pairing his 4, not following through. That activates Ivy, whose queens look that much better. And now Aurier beginning to mull over how best to proceed. And he's just going to check out here and now on 4th.
Folks, you're going to be able to watch tonight with 5 left in the PPC, okay? You are going to watch a lot of talented, multi-game great players. I have a lot of film and have had a lot of experience with a lot of these guys. You're looking at Paul Volpe here. Doesn't play a lot of poker, one of the best mixed game players on the planet. Max Coleman, great all-around poker player, more on the quiet side, but he knows how to play all the games. Phil Ivey, without question, is probably one of the best 3 stud players to ever play stud.
But he's had the opportunity to really cut his teeth against some of the games when he was young out there in Atlantic City. The Taj Mahal, huge limit stud games got played out there, and he was a part of many of them. Is Coleman no longer a part of this pot? The only man to take 5th. And that big bet street, 5th, 6th, and the river, that fork in the road. You know what I mean? If you're going to proceed, you need to be drawing at something. You need to have, you know, something cooking. And Coleman just deciding I don't have enough there with the split 4s, of course. And so Ivy picking up a pot without question. This is a man who's a fan favorite. And, you know, the modern fan, I think, there's some camp that naysays Phil's ability to keep pace with today's, you know, solver-oriented players, you know, the younger guys, some claiming that the game has passed them by. I have never been in that camp, And I continue to maintain that those who suggest that Ivy isn't capable of playing at his best today are really selling him short. Jared, do you agree?
I would say this. In this specific format, 9 games, okay, 3 studs. You got Big Bet. You've got Limit Hold'em, 08, etc. Phil Ivey, if the chips were all equal, he would be the favorite right now in this tournament. Where he has fallen behind is more in the Big Bet because that's been more studied and solved in No Limit and PLO. But when it comes to limit poker and stud poker, Phil Ivey is still arguably not only the most recognizable man in all of poker, but he is still arguably the greatest guy to ever do it.
And he is the better of the 2 4th Streets as heartbreakingly Coleman looks up at an 8 of hearts landing right there in front of Phil, being utilized toward a gut shot. Now a double gutter on 5th Street for Ivy as Coleman has failed to find a heart or a pair or a straight draw, but the ace and the king are a little bit menacing. He comes off the throttle, however, and that, of course, opens the door here for Ivy. He does not fire, though, Jared. How do you feel about that choice as he makes his straight?
I love it. Again, stud is a game of deception, right? He checked the double gutter. Okay, he made his straight. Remember, the graphics that you're seeing, the top 4 cards are what everyone on the screen can see. That's what the players can see. It's all about what's in front of you, and it's all about telling a story.
And that story was credible, as only we know. Coleman had no further interest.
I hope I don't get a lot of heat for this. I'm trying to come into tonight's telecast with positivity, but I'm telling you right now, the fact that you're able to sit here with 5 left in this tournament to watch Phil Ivey, and the fact that you can do it by just logging onto YouTube is unbelievable. Congratulations to WSOP for allowing this, because I'll tell you right now, can you imagine watching Michael Jordan in the NBA Finals and doing it for free in today's generation? Think about that. That's what you're watching right now in Phil Ivey.
You know, last time I checked, you can watch the NBA free of charge.
And that's a mistake. That's a mistake.
Stop trying to get people to pay for this. I'm a fan of free content. Pushing back. Glauser, a fan of the split 9s here as Arias does put into the bin. I want to continue on the Phil Ivey train real quick. As he comes in 5th in chips. Previous results in the PPC, 3rd back in 2006, and it was a different event back then. It was horse and then no limit at the final table. Obviously, it's been reincarnated, reinvented. 6th back in 2023, which I believe is its current form. 7th in 2024. He had 8th and 9th as well under his belt, flirting with glory in this one, but never quite reaching the summit.
And again, a lot of being great in poker tournaments is getting deep, okay? Especially in the limit events, the blinds get really big. You see a guy like Volpe with 500K. What's beautiful about this tournament is, Ali, when you have 500K and you're playing the studs, it's great. Why? Because you get to collect all those antes. So if you win a pot, you almost triple up with all the antes in the middle, okay? Look at Glazer here, okay? He's coming in, he's showing a queen, he's got king 10 in the hole. Very strong hand. And again, notice how Coleman just called with the 9, right?
Respectful of that queen behind him.
Yes. And calling there with a 9 is better than raising, because when you call, you allow your opponent to open up with a worse hand. But if you raise and your opponent re-raises, then you're almost beat every single time here.
Both players catching a suited 4th Street, but not the kind of ranking of card that should be of concern for either. And so Glauser will continue to storytell here.
And if I'm Coleman here, I'm looking at that, okay? I'm not afraid of the deuce. Benny's got a wide range of hands. He's not going to fold here. He decides to call. Let's see 5th Street. And now Benny, see, this is where it gets interesting, Ali. Look at this. Benny picked up another diamond, okay? Will he continue the story?
Note that Coleman also picked up another club. Both players certainly could have started 3 suited. As played, and note that that club is a queen, which removes the likelihood that Benny has split queens.
Yes.
Yeah. But how important is it for Glauser to fire this street? Because if he did have a 4 flush, he would almost certainly be betting, would he not?
He would be. Okay, but now he's also, remember though, Now look at this. Benny catches a fourth diamond.
Okay,
He's showing 4 diamonds.
But he checked back on 5th Street, so how believable would a barrel here be?
Well, here's the thing, Ali. It's believable because the ace is such a good card for him, right? It connects with so much of the queen, so he actually picks up a straight draw as well. The problem here is this, okay? When Coleman checks 5th, he's not supposed to have that big of a hand himself. So Benny... Exactly. See, again, stud is about representation, okay? Benny Glazer won with the worst hand because he's showing 4 diamonds, and it's believable that he has a flush.
How many bullets were you in?
Glazer continuing to add to his stack. No, by the way, everybody says Benny Glazer. I've actually...
What this tournament means to you overall. What's it like to walk into the final day of this tournament with the chip lead?
It's really amazing, honestly. It's almost a battle between fighting excitement for it, for such an amazing sport, and trying to kind of be focused and calm for it. So that's kind of what I've been trying to work on today. Yeah.
You touch on the excitement of it all. Can you tell the poker fan out there what the poker fan in here thinks about this moment to watch, you know, Ivy, Aria, Volpe, Coleman, and Glazer?
It's huge. I know as a poker fan for 20 years for how much I would be excited to watch a lineup like this. You know, 15 years ago me would be like blown away if future me was going to be in this spot. It's really one of the most amazing spots possible in poker in general. Yeah.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck today. Thank you.
Apologies to Jeff and Benny for clipping the front end of that, as obviously we do want to get Benny's thoughts, and it is a dream setup for him, but obviously the dream can turn into a nightmare real quick when you have to run the gauntlet of opposition that Benny does. The good news for him, though, is he's got plenty of ammo with which to navigate. Meanwhile, having shifted gears now to Omaha 8 or better, Volpe has Queen 6-4 here and not a lot of chips, just 450K. Urgency. Takes a pass, though.
Okay, this is one of those games, folks, where a lot of times you want to start with at least 1 ace in your hand, okay? Going into detail on a game like 08, when you're playing 8 and 9-handed, okay, you're more likely trying to go for the low. But when you're playing short-handed 08, and this is very next-level stuff here, okay? Short-handed 08, you're more likely wanting to play for the high. Okay, 5-handed, I would consider it short-handed 08.
You had about the queen
and
10, 4, 6.
By the way, a little shocking that Paul
4, 6
opened
in
folded
my hand,
cut
and
off
I had
a
a
queen 6-4. He had a decent
one.
two-way hand.
Was it
In
an
this
8?
game, you want to have two-way hands. What do I mean by that? You want to have hands that have high possibility and low possibility. Okay? Hands
Things like suited aces with a wheel card.
Yeah, like ace deuce, king 10 is a phenomenal hand. You know, ace ace, king 3, ace ace, queen 5, you know, ace 5, 4, queen. You want to have hands that can help you in both ways. Hands like ace 4, 9, 10 that have low and high are actually very overrated because you're almost never going to scoop with the low, and it's very hard to scoop with the high. You want to play hands that are scoopable hands in Omaha 8 or better. Ace, queen, 5, 3. This is a hand where I'd be shocked if Paul does folds here, but with less than, you know, 2 bigs, he's got to put the money in here.
Yeah, an ace and a couple of wheel cards. Certainly he would have preferred for the ace to be suited, and he would like not to have 3 diamonds in his hand working against him. But nevertheless, it's go time as he shoots it up to 400,000. And Coleman here, double suited, ace 3, jack king.
Yeah, and this is a hand, Ali, that will be 3-bet here like 100% of the time. Yep. These are the type of hands, folks. The double suited, high-low. Again, you don't have to have ace deuce, okay?
Thank you.
Ace 3, king jack is a great hand.
Good one.
Plays great multi-way.
Wow.
You also have to understand this,
A little
right?
bit better.
The more people that enter a pot, the less likely the low cards are going to come out. Because more often than not, people play hands with low cards in them. Okay? They're way more likely to play a hand like ace deuce 3 than 9, 9, 10, 10.
Well, not in great shape is Volpe, as you can see the percentages for high and low here. He does have the ace tray covered and a 5 for backup. That's useful. The diamonds, however, covered by Coleman. The flop will bring some focus as it comes queen 7-5. 2 pair here for Volpe.
Small advantage.
This is about as good of a flop as Paul's going to get here.
No, come on, don't start
Coleman
that. How about
is pretty much
you're trying to
drawing
just
to
say
running
2?
straight, running flush,
Wow.
and chopping
Oh,
below.
close.
Oh my God! And Coleman turns the wall.
Oh, backdoor spade draw now, along with the king. Broadway as well draw.
Look at that turn card for Coleman. Wow.
Menacing. Volpe holding his breath here. 4% dog. And the jack kings up on the end. Runner for Coleman. And that is going to wrap it up for Philly's finest when it comes to mixed games. The 44-year-old Paul Volpe evicted from the premises.
I'll tell you right now, Ali, that man does not play as much poker as he did 10, 15 years ago. If he stayed and played poker throughout all these years, I'd make the argument that he'd be a top 5 mixed game player on the planet.
Yeah, he is incredible, but it is tough. He's got a couple of kids at home, including a 6-month-old. Showing off some pictures when I last ran into him, real cutie.
I want to add to this too. That guy, Paul Volpe, right there, is one of not only my favorite people in poker. I wish everyone in poker was like Paul Volpe. That is
Class act.
That is a gentleman of all gentlemen right there.
Well, it's a gentleman that was holding D-Neg's chips as we followed their trajectory, and now Max Coleman is the man who takes ownership of that stack.
And I'm going to tell you, folks, Max Coleman is one of those guys that can play every game good.
Max is nasty.
He's very good at poker.
And kind of unassuming in that way because he's just not bringing a lot of attention to himself. He's not a big egomaniac or anything. He just shows up and does his thing, win, lose, or draw. As we see Aryeh showing up with a 3-bet here. Over the top of the Glaser under the gun open. Ace, deuce, 5, 8 being taxed by ace, 4, king, queen. Out of the small blind, do you like Aryeh's approach here? Is this because he assumes Glaser's going to have the widest of ranges as the chip leader?
The reason why Aryeh, and I expect, let me say this about Aryeh, okay? His hand plays better as a 3-bet than a call, and I'll tell you why. A hand like that, you don't want to play that hand 3 ways, okay? So you really want to eliminate the big blind. The equities are very close. Benny has the chip lead. He's going to be raising a very large range, okay? I'm a little surprised that Coleman cold called 2 bets here out of the blind with that hand. It's not a bad hand. The problem with it is, by the way, if I'm Coleman here, I'm leading. You have to lead.
Yeah, Coleman was not sent out of here. And the reason you're asking for the lead is because
you have
a raiser and a 3-better generally are going to skew at least a couple of those cards toward the low side. There will be no low here, and so that double gutter with the ace 10-7 does come out swinging. Of course, Aryeh with a gutter of his own and a queen, not going to be going anywhere, Blaise.
No, and again, Josh is playing this hand to perfection. I don't think he's going to fold the turn. And if Coleman, will he continue the story? Okay, now again, when 08 is no different than PLO and no limit as far as ranges, okay? When Josh 3-bets the small, he's never supposed to have a combo of like king 10, 8-10, etc. Oh my God, and Max Coleman makes Broadway on the river, Ali. Look at this.
Top 2 pair from Aryeh. Obviously looking up at the 4-liner, recognizing that 10x could very easily have him cooked.
Oh my God, and now Aryeh there's 0% that he's actually going to fold at this point of the hand. How can he fold? He makes kings up with an ace blocker.
He's getting an insane price on this call, too.
Ali, he's going to be sick to his stomach when he sees Coleman's hand. But the problem is with Josh, let me tell you something. You did nothing wrong here. You played to perfection, and the deck bailed out Max Coleman. If Josh can get away with this for 1 bet, he's getting, literally, he's getting 8-1 on his money, Ali. But the truth is he knows he beats nothing at this point.
Well, none of the value. Yeah, he does end up paying it off just in case Coleman was trying to run something snowy. But brutal to run into the nuts as trending downward. is Josh's stack. Well, headed outward, of course, in fifth with $301,000 is Paul Volpe, but not before a pit stop with our Jeff Platt. Let's take a look.
Well, Paul, I know it's not the way you draw it up, but how do you describe to us what making a run in this tournament is like?
Bittersweet. I feel blessed to get fifth. This is, I think, the third time I've final tabled it. I'm dying to win this tournament, but, you know, it's the toughest players in the world. And I got fifth. I mean, I started running bad for a bit there and just ran out of chips in time, yeah.
Is it safe to say that the passion for the game is still there, that you still feel it when you're making a run like this?
I would say the passion gets stronger when I make a run like this. At times, you know, 10 years ago I wanted to play all the time. I was jumping in every tournament. Now I'm playing much less. But yes, there's nothing more thrilling than making a run in this or like the main event. But I want to win this 1 year.
Okay, 1 year. I know it's not quite your current mindset to play every tournament like you mentioned you would do 10 years ago. But can we expect you in a little bit more this summer?
Yes. I don't know what's. I think 10K PLO. Yeah.
Okay.
And
10K PLO. Right back at it.
And main event, of course.
Of course. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it as always. Paul Volpe, fifth place finisher in the PPC.
Thanks, Jeff. Paul's previous best, by the way, came in 2021 when he actually took a pretty brutal spot, given that Ryan Lang didn't call a half a big bet from Jungle Man, where if he had, Jungle would have been eliminated. Volpe would have gotten the big pay jump and heads up against Lang. Jungle Man ended up coming back to win that event. Volpe ended up out in third. And dealt with it in a very classy manner, by the way.
I'll say it again. Paul Volpe is one of those guys, when he enters this tournament, everyone, I don't want to say they're afraid of him, but he is dangerous in any poker tournament that he enters.
Yeah.
But not as dangerous as that man. That is the guy. That is the man right there.
Peril incarnate is Phil Ivey. Apologies for the brief glitch there. We are efforting a fix, but while we do, let's get a look at that $117,000 pay jump. Courtesy of the departure of Paul Volpe. Everyone now guaranteed $417K, but the next ladder, $183,000. And of course, a shot at the 1.35, let's call it, up top. Coleman
3 bets
on the button, raising it up to 400,000. He has aces with a 10-9, I'm being told. Glazer has 3-bet with deuce, deuce, 3-4. Some of the luxuries of having a big stack, I would imagine, Jared, and obviously wanting to book a trip heads up as opposed to 3 ways to the flop. Yes. Ivy, though, not going to be sent packing. He has an ace, deuce, 6-7.
Thank you.
So both he and Coleman call. 3-bet pot, 3 players. Queen 6 tray. So a gutter and the deuce 4 low draw for Glazer. But we have real concerns about the durability of this hand, so he is not going to follow through. As he slips it over to Ivy with 6s and the nut low draw, he will stab.
And again, this is what I talked about earlier about not having a two-way hand. Ace, ace, 10-9, it's a raisable hand, okay? The problem is, look at the visibility for this type of hand, right? Any low card comes, you almost have to fold. Okay, so you're hoping for bigger cards here. Again, Ivy has the best hand based on the way this hand's going to play out. And look at this for Phil Ivey. He makes 7s up with the nut low.
Incredible turn card for him. He's got the best high, and he's the only player with a nut low here. Coleman's ace is really withering on the vine as he cannot make a low. So continuing from this point forward is trying to sew up only half of the pot. He does have the 10-9 working towards a gut shot, but he also has Glazer behind him.
Yeah, and Coleman here is supposed to throw his hand away. Again, he has to worry about Benny behind him, but he also knows that at most he's playing for half. And this is completely abysmal by Max Coleman. With Benny behind, there's already 3 to a low. You're playing for half at best. Max Coleman, I love you, but what are you doing right now?
Glauser knows better than to stick in there as he steps aside, and the 5 rolls off. Would have given Glauser the 7 high straight, or 6 high rather, forgive me.
And this is a complete misstep for Max Coleman here. He's calling for a best half on the turn. And now if you look at the river, again, Max Coleman can't really improve. So when you call the turn, now you're almost forced to call the river.
Yeah, and you could see he hates the fact that he's getting 9 to 1. But he needs to keep an eye on ace deuce without better than aces for high. And once he's shown the 2 pair, he will be demoralized. But thrilled will be those who are rooting for Phil Ivey here.
Again, when you play 08, okay, you're trying to play hands that can scoop. You just watched a hand where Max Coleman, I don't fault him for raising the button, but when you're 3 ways on the turn and there's already a made low and a made straight, you have to release your hand on the turn where at best you're playing for half the pot. And you have a guy like Benny behind him who's one of the best 08 players in the world that can check raise. Big misstep by Coleman.
25K high roller mixed event entering its final day, and doing so with Daniel Negreanu in tow elsewhere under this roof. 7-time bracelet winner in the hunt with 29 bigs. We'll obviously be keeping tabs on that. The sweater looks like it may have gone through a high heat cycle in the dryer. Meanwhile, the PGT hoodie, I think was issued with that sort of distressed screen on the front. But, you know, a public service announcement, keep the dryer off the high heat cycle, guys. In fact, line dry if you have the option. Thank me later. Dylan Lindy, thankful to have 57 bigs, not to mention 3 bracelets.
I'm going to tell you,
his belt.
Folks, I'm telling you, some of the no limit in PLO fields have gotten so tough, okay? You want to learn mixed games. The value in poker right now is starting to shift into mixed games, okay? People are realizing they're having trouble winning in no limit in PLO, and mixed games is a way to literally grow your Rolodex of poker in different formats. And there's so many more people playing, which is going to grow the game of poker naturally.
I also think, Jared, just in general, the monotony of, you know, straight up PLO or straight up no limit, you know, just getting your brain exercised in different directions, and also a little bit more personality, I would say, in the mixed game streets on the whole. You know, no shade, no slights to the PLO players, to the no limit hold'em players or the big bet folks, but I tend to think at some point or another, everybody realized it's a little bit more fun out here. Meanwhile, Coleman right back in the saddle. Ace, Queen, 9 tray, I'm being told, is the motivating kit. You see Glauser has flatted on the button. 5-4-4-3 is what he's got under the hood. And once again, Ace is making a cameo here, this time for Aryeh. And note that he just flats to close the action, lacking a decent low draw here.
Yeah, Josh has a hand in the big blind here, okay? Ace, Ace, Queen, 8. Great hand in PLO. In 08, it is a mediocre hand at best.
And on a board like this, 9-8 deuce, where we don't have a club draw, and we know that the low draw is lurking, we start to have even more concerns about things with the original Razor still firing. Nut low draw for Coleman along with top pair. It's all understandable. Glauser is going to peel. He wants to see an ace hit this turn to give him a wheel wrap. Aryeh, meanwhile, wants to see no low card whatsoever. And a second deuce is a big problem for aces, because you know that a lot of times the Razors got the ace deuce, a caller might have a deuce 3 or something like that. Trips threaten.
For sure here. And I'd like to see Coleman continue the betting here, though. He doesn't here. I want to see him take control here, okay? He bet the flop. And now Benny is doing what Coleman was supposed to do. Okay, now this is interesting here. I would have liked to see Coleman bet because he's not folding to a bet in this spot, right? So if Josh calls, Max Coleman is still forced to call with 2 low cards, with 4 to a low, with the nut low draw with top pair. Josh is in a situation now where he can't really improve, right? So if Benny has just a deuce, he basically can't win the hand. And he's trying to figure out and see what he should do here, because the problem is also he's worried about Coleman behind him. Aces is very tricky when you don't have a good low draw to go with it, folks. It's very, very dangerous.
And the other issue is you have to think that one, if not both of the other aces could be busy here, which means you truly cannot improve except for an 8.
Yes. Now, again, like I said earlier, I would have liked to see Coleman bet the 4th street, but now he's forced to call. And this is going to be interesting. I want to see how this river plays out with a 2-tone flush board here.
Neither flush comes in, but that 8 slips right in. Absolute gin for Aurier as he now plays ace-8 for trips. Note that you must play 2 from your hand for those not familiar with the 4-card variants. So it's not a boat.
Now,
just trip 8s with an ace kicker, and he comes out swinging.
I got to say I don't hate the lead here. I don't love it, though, okay?
Why don't you love it?
I don't love it because an 8 is one of the only cards, right? Let's say Benny had ace-deuce.
Okay.
And it was checked to him. I would assume he would probably bet again, right? Now what you're doing when you're betting, if you're Aria, you're eliminating bluffs. So Benny has a hand that he would have likely bluffed the river because the low missed and he bet the turn and it went call, call. So I would have liked to see Josh, he would have made more money here, I think, by checking.
And potentially inducing Benny to
Yes.
fire again, presuming that Josh has some sort of missed low draw.
Think of it like this, right? If it went check, check on the river, Benny is almost forced to bet because he bet 4th street saying that he has a high type hand. Josh got very lucky there that the board ran out the way it did. He had to fade the entire world.
I love that you're so in the stud mindset that you called the turn 4th street.
Oh, yeah.
As you get a look at prior winners there on that beautiful Chip Reese trophy. A fitting memorial to one of the legends of the game who passed on several years ago.
Okay.
And now we're on to Raz, and dare I say, Jared, this is the game that in my mix I find most infuriating. Because when I'm playing stud high, I can't find a pair or 2 pair to save my life sometimes. But when I'm looking not to pair, good old Raz delivers and just sends the pairs and the brick high cards my way all day, it feels like. Of course, confirmation bias without question, but
So as much as I said in stud, your board is so important, it's even more important in Raz, okay? Why? Because if your opponent on 4th street, if you catch good and your opponent catches bad, more often than not, the hand is over with, right? In stud, your board matters, but not as much as it does in Raz.
Having that lowest 3rd street card, very, very key. But you will see some players complete despite another low card being behind them. And when we're playing short as we are now, Jared, there will be even more of that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna break this down real quick for all you watching. When you talk about the different formats and games in this mix, okay, I'm going to give you thoughts inside of these players' heads and tell you where I think they're winning, okay? Phil Ivey, without question, is a massive favorite at this table in all the studs. Raz, stud high low. They all know that, okay? Benny Glazer is arguably the best 08 and triple draw player in the world in a tournament setting. Okay, Max Coleman, his best game is PLO. Josh Aurier is an all-around great poker player. His best games, in my opinion, PLO. He's a great Hold'em player. Okay, so just giving you guys an idea, in mix, it's not like a one-game format. The reason I'm telling you this right now, hold that thought, Ali.
Talk to us. Looks like Dylan Lindy has got himself involved in one here. No, it isn't Dylan. It's in fact Juha Helppi, Daniel Negreanu, and David Wang, who is out of there in 10th, we're being told. It was Helppi with ace-king, Wang with ace-4. 7 ace, 6-9 ace was the run out. Helping moving up to 8.9 million. And Wang moving
to that
to
point,
the cash
though,
desk.
Ali, as mixed game players that we are, right? What you're going to notice is you're going to see tighter and looser play based on these guys and how they feel, how strong they are in those games. For example, when it comes to PLO, look for Max Coleman and Josh Aria to be a little more aggressive. As I say that, we're live on PLO, okay? I expect Benny Glazier to be a little tighter on the side of PLO. Mixed games is all about using your opponents as weakness in some of the other games. It's not about what your best game is. It's about what their worst game is, and that's very important to know as we watch this four-handed.
And you would think that now, this deep into this event, all these players have had a reasonable amount of seat time against one another, both within the confines of the event itself, and of course when we consider that they're upper crust characters beyond its borders. And so some of that scouting report in the back of our minds going to be playing a part in perhaps how we approach specific pots or games in this mix here.
100%.
Under the gun is Glazer.
And there Benny is, like I said, he's going to play on the tighter side. Again, Josh Aria, phenomenal PLO player. Same with Max Coleman here. Again, stack sizes are very, very important here. Coleman waking up with a double suited hand. Completely standard raise. We're going to see a flop here.
You always want double suited cards and cards that kind of work with one another towards straights.
Oh my God, and look at this.
A set of nines on a rainbow queen high board for Josh. He has this one by the throat. Coleman, of course, the aggressor pre, wagging his finger at the limp from Josh, who is checking and begging for Max to reach for chips, which he does.
Now, I'll tell you right now, Ali, because of the board texture, I would love Aria to flat here, okay? It's a completely dry board. He limped, called the raise, and he is going for call, Ali. I love this, and I love it because let Coleman try to improve. And look at this, Ali. Coleman makes 3 4s, and Josh has a full house, 9's full.
Danger, as he also has a spade draw for backup. He thinks that this is a great card, only we know it isn't.
And this is exactly why I loved Aria's flat on the flop, because there is a very high probability that Max Coleman will be eliminated with 4 left in the PPC. How does he get away from this? He also turns a flush draw, Ali, for backup.
Oh, yeah.
800.
And this is where it gets interesting, because now with the flush draw on board, right? You have 2 options here, right? Now, I'd almost prefer a raise, okay? Because there's so many hands that Coleman has that would call a raise. The problem here with calling is that there's a lot of rivers where Coleman is going to give up. And Josh is saying that if my opponent has an overpair in the flush draw, how do I get more money? If my opponent has the hand he does, how do I get all the money here? The problem is this, right? Let's say the river's a 10, a jack, a king, etc., or spade even. The action's going to slow down, but not on that river.
Yeah.
Max Coleman, I love you. You will be eliminated from this tournament in 4th place.
It's 3.1 in the middle. He's got 3.8 left. Unclear if he would go for the whole enchilada because it's difficult to identify hands that would want to call full pot.
I'm telling you this right now. Coleman, I can't fault you for going broke here. Josh Aria played this hand to perfection.
Well, it wasn't tough. He was very nutted on this turn, and you notice he didn't play it for a raise. The hand was just too good, didn't want to lose his customer, and with something as bricky as the deuce of diamonds on the end, Josh is all too happy to let Max do the work for him.
But again, Ali, you're right. But just because you have a nut hand, you still have to find a way to get max value. And if Josh Aria raised the flop like a lot of players would, Coleman would have folded. But instead, he's probably going to be eliminated from this tournament. When Aria raises, if Coleman can get away, oh, wow. If Coleman can get away from this, I'm telling you right now, I'm looking at the cards. It is so hard to fold here. Even though, Ali, you beat no value. When Josh raises the river, your hand is literally a bluff catcher.
Correct.
You beat no value. What does that mean? It means Aria's never raising the river with worse than ace-4.
So let us sit back and observe whether or not Coleman can spare himself. And it didn't take long to get the answer, as he does wind up making the call. And that is going to do it for Max Coleman. Cold, cold turn and a frosty river to boot.
Good luck, guys.
Puts him on ice. 4th place finish for $417,000. You can see how demoralized he is.
Great talent. A little misstep there with the aces in 08. You know, turn 3 4s. River was a brick. I don't fault him. Well played by Max Coleman. You will be back at this final table sooner than later.
13th in 2023, 14th in 24. This is his new high water mark at the PPC. 2nd in chips coming in. And, well, it looks like Josh Aryeh now propelled up to 11.4 million. And that's where the Grinders chips are going to wind up, as well as Negreanu's.
Pot is 350.
They still count at 50. They still count it?
And Josh and Daniel are such good friends. In fact, neighbors here locally in Las Vegas. As Josh did live in Atlanta for a long time, relocated some time ago. And the two of them, when they're not talking poker, playing poker, they're out there on the golf course at Lake Las Vegas.
You know, Aria just got second in the $10,000 horse event. It's funny because I asked Josh, we went to a hockey game right before the World Series, and I said, are you playing a full schedule? And he said he'll see how he feels and how he's doing. He just got second in the horse. There's 3 left in the 50K PPC. He's a great all-around poker player, and I love seeing him here deep in this event.
Ace 8 7 deuce double.
Now again,
opening for 350. Aryeh 3-betting to 1 million with just a single suit. Ace King 4-3. This is pot limit Omaha high, not PLO 8, and yet Josh is bringing this one to Ivy's doorstep for 3 bets.
It's a great 3-bet by Josh. He has position, but more importantly, he has a disguised hand here. Okay, he has a hand where if it went low, he'd have a big hand. I would like to see Ivy here actually lead.
The middling board texture, 9-8-6 offsuit. He's got the open ender and a pair, and it's the kind of hand where he can feel very insulated against a raise from the 3-better pre, right?
Yes. If Ivy, he loves to lead in spots like this. I love to see him lead for like a 3rd pot here. He's good enough to do it, and he's thinking about it, Ali. Lead, Ali. Lead, Ivy. Lead. Look at this. He's going for chips. Look at that. Exactly what I said he was going to do. That is what makes Ivy so great. He understands awareness. He understands that people are not going to play back at that man. Great lead. He has the best hand. But what you got to understand is, folks, if Aria had a hand like aces, he can't continue on that board texture.
Correct. It's just too risky to think that you're not going to face multiple barrels and you're sat there with one pair, could very well be up against a straight right away.
I'm telling you, folks, you are tuning in live. Okay, well, it's not live technically, but we're live. 3 left. You are looking at 3 world-class poker players in a 9-game format. The main event is without question the best poker tournament to ever exist on the planet. If you're a poker player and you play more than 2 games, this is the most prestigious event in the world to win, the Poker Players Championship. It's grown every single year. It's gotten better and better every single year. This is the event that you want to win as a poker player.
North of 100 entries in this one, and it is a marathon. 4 grueling days culminating with this final table. 7-6-5 board.
Checks.
This time Ivy does not have the interactions he did a pot ago against Josh, who
Checks.
in turn doesn't have a whole lot on his stovetop, just a pair of 6s. So the razor pre does check back, board pairing 7. on the turn. Two-tone texture giving Ivy the spade draw to go with that ugly gut shot.
I'm telling you, folks, it is a dream, okay? I want you to watch something. All you guys watching right now, this is the moment in poker that you live for. Playing three-handed with a guy like Phil Ivey, okay? It looks a lot easier than what it is, but when you are playing at a table with that man, he is the most dangerous human being that's ever played poker. I want you to think about that as we toss it to Jeff in the 25K PLO and No Limit event.
Final table behind me of the 25K Mixed No Limit PLO event. Elis Parsonen and Edward Leonard looking for their second bracelet of this series. Daniel Negreanu looking for his first bracelet of the series in his 8th cash. He's been on the verge, cashed in the heads up. 8th place in the 600 mix, 11th in the 50K PLO. Could cash number 8 turn into bracelet number 8 for Negreanu. That bracelet comes with more than $1.1 million up top. Keep you posted on this one rest of the way, guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Plenty happening within the walls here today, but front and center, of course, is the matter at hand of who will be coronated PPC champion this year. It'll be a first-timer. That much we know. And what a nice statement it would be for Josh, who of course didn't get nominated into the Hall of Fame this time around, to win the PPC in that same year. Not that he requires the validation, but nonetheless, facts remain. As Ivy tries to slip in there on the cheap from the small. Finger wag, of course, from aces with a suit, club coverage. Ivy's 8s.
Knowing the way Josh plays here, I think he's going to check the flop on this board texture.
That's 200.
Okay.
Hang on.
I'm wrong. He goes for small here.
Yeah, just 200 into the 700. Ivy with a very modest spade draw. Flat call from Phil. No help on this turn. Broadway gutter required by Josh.
And I'll tell you now, if I'm Aria and I bet the flop, I'd love for see him continue here on the turn, okay? You have a hand that you can bet fold the turn. You also have a turn card that favors Aria's range over Phil, okay? Phil limp called out of the blind. I love this bet by Josh, okay? It's protection. What does Phil Ivey do here out of position with a pair of 8s and a flush draw? It's a great bet by Josh. And again, it's great because you can bet there, and if Ivey puts pressure on, you can actually release your hand.
We're on break, I think.
Do we have the full 15 or do we from now?
Yeah, put it to 15, full 15 on, please.
So what began with 6 on the day, coverage starting at 5, now sits at just 3 players. Upon the loss of Chris Tong prior to the stream, Paul Volpe not long ago, and most recently Max Coleman, leaving us with these 3 titans. Glaser ahead of Josh by a couple of million. Phil Ivey bringing up the rear at 7.3. 50K PPC coverage continues in just about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study, they train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move, the position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
Sorry.
How much there?
Raise.
3 bets.
Couple.
Thank you. Ooh. I had a pretty good one.
All in the club.
Wow. This is just a little bit better. It's pretty sick. Double suited? Queens and fives.
Above average for you.
Small advantage.
Good start. 10 of spades.
No, come on, don't start doing it. How about we be friendly and just say deuce?
Wow.
Oh,
close.
There you go.
Oh, it's never
you're
easy.
greedy.
Oh my
You're
gosh.
greedy.
7 of hearts.
Wow.
Kings and jacks.
Later, brother.
See you.
Yeah.
So do we change to 4 hands now, or do we continue?
Yeah, we have to finish. You have to finish 6-handed. I mean 6-hand, and then we go to
4 next. Okay.
4 hands.
What was it? We stay 6-handed?
We stay
This
round.
this game.
This
we play
game.
6
Okay. Okay.
And then we go to 4. All the way.
See you, G's.
Raise. Three bets. Call. And call. Check. Bet. Call. Bet. Bet. Call. Check.
Bet.
Bet. Call.
Got it.
Straight to the ace. It's nice straight. Check.
$1.7.
That's 1.79.
1.7. All in?
Correct. Raise all in. Call.
Nice end.
Nine's full.
GG, Max. Pleasure, man.
Good luck.
Game. Thank you.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move, the position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision, and the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong. Never poke the bear.
On.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Not Daisy. Did he maybe fall?
Oh!
Oh my God.
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
I'm Vidbu Norby, and I'm the Chief Product Officer of the Solana Foundation. Yeah, so international payments is a huge problem. If you come to go play a tournament in the Bahamas, but you're a citizen somewhere else, how do you get money from one country to the other? How do you get money out when you win a tournament? How do you get paid out? Today, the old system is really inefficient. There are a lot of fees. The money can get locked up. Solana makes it easy and instantaneous and free. This is really the power of digital money. I can send someone $1 million or $1, pay a fee under 1/10 of a cent, and it shows up in your wallet instantly, no matter where you are in the world. It doesn't matter. So we're really excited to work with World Series on not just this brand partnership, but how do we enable the poker economy with digital finance and digital money? That's really the next step, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff coming to life later this year.
And welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada, home of the 2026 World Series of Poker, and specifically the 50K Poker Players Championship, which is down to just 3 players. Ali Najad alongside Jared Blesnick back on the call as we hunt a home for one of the most prestigious bracelets of the summer and 1.3 million plus. Second worth $895K, and the on-tap payout $600,000 and change. There's a look at the chip counts as we get things back underway here. And in terms of chip distribution here, Jared, we're going to see everybody deep enough and comfortable enough to play some real poker, are we not?
Three-handed. ICM doesn't matter as much when you're three-handed and the chip stacks are what they are. If you have a good hand, you're going to play it. I don't see anyone playing much differently based on the chip stacks, three-handed. I still look for Ivy to play a decent amount of hands on the button. You know, Limit Hold'em is a game that a lot of people start with when they start playing poker, if you've been playing for a long time. Limit Hold'em, what I love about Limit Hold'em is it's a quick game. It's fast. It's not like No Limit. There's not a lot of decision thinking.
It is Ferrari fast in terms of poker. There's not another game that goes by quicker in a mix. As both players here with King Deuce, Aryeh was the opener. Now follows through with this shared bottom pair. Benny will peel.
And again, in Limit Hold'em, you're never folding a pair on the flop on the small bet street. A lot of times in Limit, a pair is the best hand. Benny here, having bottom pair, he's electing to see if he wants to check or bet. Decides with check. And now this is a river where I'd probably, you can go either way if you're Josh. And look at the thin value betting here. He's value betting, folks. When Benny checks the turn, Limit Hold'em is not a game where you generally slow play.
Wow. You love to hear Josh say, I've got a deuce when you have a king kicker with it, but impressive there. And I think, sorry to cut you off there, Jared, but the story didn't really check out for Benny in terms of bet, check, bet on that board progression. A deuce, not supposed to be firing that river, a 5, neither, and a jack was supposed to continue on the turn, so show me, said Benny.
Yeah. Blinds are up. Limit Hold'em is a game of blood, by the way. Pots get big. You go to the river a lot. Ace highs don't fold generally till the river. Expect big pots here. Again, of the 3 left, I'd probably give the advantage to Phil Ivey, three-handed here in Limit Hold'em, and I think he knows that. And Benny here, just like 08, okay, when you have a hand like 8s out of the small blind in Limit Poker, you almost never want to flat. You want a 3-bet to get the big blind out and get a hand like this head up. 8s plays way better head up than multi-way.
Glaser does exactly that. Over the top of the button, open from Josh. So 750 ahead, to the flop we go. 10-6-5. Decent looking texture for Glaser. Will follow through. Now these are the spots where you have no pair, king 9, but you're getting this phenomenal price, Jared, that you just have to peel with 1 over.
You do, and it's just a math equation at that point, right? There's a lot of backdoor cards that are good for Josh, and Benny here, okay, has to love his pair of 8s here.
Yeah, the 3 on the turn is very above average.
And Benny elects to, okay, it said check, but he's going for bet here.
And that does draw a curtain on things. As briefly, I would love to draw attention to perhaps one of the best dealers that I've ever had the privilege of having sling the plastic my way, Jen Harden in the box. Her husband John for many years was running shop over at Bobby's inside Bellagio. Nice to have trusty hands on the deck for moments such as this. Which is to say, I don't anticipate any 4-card flops.
King deuce suited here for Ivy. Aria here in the big blind. Okay, he's disguising his hand by not 3-betting here. I like it a lot. And look at this. Oh my God, Ali.
2 4s, 2 spades, and a king. Ivy is cooked.
Now, if I'm Aria here, I can go either way, right? In Limit Hold'em, okay, the flat here is great because on a board like this, Ivy has a lot of continues with top pair.
Especially on a 7 of diamonds turn, which is inconsequential.
And look at this Ali.
Yeah, Phil quickly checked this turn, and now Arya is betting.
And this is what makes Phil Ivey so great at poker, okay? 95% of poker players would probably bet the turn knowing that they have the best hand. Ivey decides to check it to Josh.
And I'll tell you what, Josh's willingness to fire on this river is going to leave Phil with some real questions about whether or not he's got the best hand. But a king in this spot, just show me if you got me outkicked with another king or you got the trip fours. And Josh very happily does just that as he takes a bite out of the 11-time bracelet winner.
Now I'm telling you, I know it's not the biggest pot, but Ivey lost the minimum. Well played by Ivey. And this is what makes poker such an interesting game. A lot of times in sports, when you make the right play, you win games and you have big moments. In poker, you can actually play the hand great and lose the minimum.
Well, it's Sheena Okamoto time as the ladies' championship is underway, but she's not the only player to be tracked. You've got Christina Gollins in the mix, a 2-time ring winner, would love to add a bracelet to her collection.
Is that Ite?
It is. She's in the building.
Huge favorite, Ite, in this women's event. Massive favorite. She can play with some of the best men in the world. She's definitely one of the favorites to win the women's event.
Anna Marquez also in the building. She's a 7-figure gal. Nearly $2.5 million in career earnings for her. I feel like vibes are awesome in that ladies event, by the way. Evidenced by the fact that so many are wearing a big bright smile as they do their thing. Relatively supportive are the group of women who aspire to play at high levels towards newcomers and helping to grow the game. There she is. Okamoto-san.
I'll tell you right now
Back-to-back champion. Remember, second in 2023. Jared, I mean, that is, for me, Adam Friedman-esque. Adam, of course, won 3 consecutive dealer's choices. I mean, that was unbelievable. But Sheena almost right there, stride for stride.
For all of you that are watching live from Japan, the impact that the Japanese players have had at this World Series has been unbelievable. I can't name the players. I know, what's his name, has 2 bracelets.
Naoya Kihara.
Okay, thank you. Let's get back to the action here. Look
Yeah,
at
2
this.
7s for Glauser. King high spades for Josh. He was the raiser from the small. Benny took it up to the 3rd floor. So we're playing an inflated one. And Josh has decided to take the aggressive route. Check raising on this monotone texture, Josh.
And it's a great raise by Arya, okay? Why? Because when you have a hand like this and you're raising, right, and I'd love to see him lead here, and he is, and this is great, because now when you're Benny Glaser, it is very hard to continue. Look at that. Because Arya raised the flop, he won this hand, okay? If he check-called, the turn would have probably went check-check, and then Arya would have had to make his hand. Josh Arya played that hand to perfection.
Every one of these pots can't be overstated, but as big as Limit Hold'em can play, Jared, try No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw on for size where you can lose all your stack at once.
And this is a game, okay? No Limit single draw. A lot of people say that this is, okay, No Limit single draw. For those of you that aren't aware, everyone gets 5 cards. It's 1 draw instead of 3 draws, okay? People say this is one of the most purest forms of poker. No Limit single draw. Ace is bad. You don't want to make pairs. You don't want to make flushes. You don't want to make straights. You want to make the best low hand. Deuce 3, 4, 5, 7 is the nuts, which is almost impossible to make in this game. But I'll say this right now, Ali. This is a game, okay? If you make an 8 and you lose, it's like losing with like kings in no limit hold'em. Just to give you an example, like pre-flop, right? Or queens are better, okay? It's like losing with those type of hands. If you have a 9, it's most likely going to be good. 10s are made a lot. And the biggest mistake in no limit single draw is people overplaying jacks. But we'll get back into that. Let's take it back to the ladies event here live.
Yeah, it was a raise and takedown for Glaser there as we continue to work our way through this ladies event. Jennifer Shahade closing in on a 7-figure resume. Still very early in this one, hence the depth of those stacks. There's Haley Hanna. She's a player.
They make vibrators and textbooks.
David Peters, other half.
I'm not kidding either. That's for real.
Christy Moreno in the flesh. Andrew Moreno's other half. Looks like things early haven't been going tremendously for her. There's that Vivian Saliba doing the samba out there. Just north of 20K in front of her. 2000 took down a PLO event at World Series of Poker Europe. Megan Collins, she's among those content creators out there, very active on Instagram, plays a lot of cash. She's got a circuit win under her belt.
Back to no limit single draw. Again, position is crucial in this game, okay? In no limit single draw, there's only one street of betting pre-draw, and then there's a street of betting after the first draw, okay? But allowing your opponent to see what he does in front of you by checking or betting is so important in a game like single draw, okay? This is a game where if you're good at single draw, it's going to be hard to make money playing it. You have to be elite at a game like this. And there's very few players in the world that are truly elite in no limit single draw. At this specific table, I'd probably give the edge to Benny Glaser in this specific lineup, but it's close.
You know, I long felt as though this game should just be called Guts, because you really have to have stones to play this game, especially when it's uncapped. In mixed games, cash games, oftentimes people do put a cap on it, which changes it a lot. But here, no such luck, and put a foot wrong, and it could be the end of the road at any given moment. As we see Ivy activating. Apologies, by the way, we are having some technical difficulties with the RFID readers, hence the lack of cards being shown. But it does allow us to put ourselves into the same scenarios that these players find themselves in with totally incomplete information. As we see Glaser playing back from the big blind on this open, 1.4 in total, and Ivy will lay it down. And the 3 bets come, Jared, not just from pat hands, but also from very smooth hands that could draw, but would prefer to win it right then and there.
100%, okay? What makes people great in no limit single draw is your ability to what we call snow, okay? I don't know why it's called snow, but when you snow is when you're kind of bluffing, when you have like 3 threes in your hand, and there's a lot of that goes on, okay? When I look at 3 of the best no-limit single-draw players in the world, for those of you that want to learn the game, watch Nick Schulman, watch Darren Elias, watch Yuri.
Oh, Yuri's nasty at no-limit single-draw.
In my opinion, those are probably the 3 best tournament no-limit single-draw players in the world. And by the way, Nick Schulman is without question the #1 player in the world in this format. But more on this, it's very important, folks, to understand. Okay? If you want to be a great poker player, you have to be able to bluff at a high frequency. This is a game that's so great, Ali, because you have one draw. But more importantly, it's very hard to make a good hand in this game, which means you should be bluffing extremely high.
Yeah.
Now, Jared, I don't want you to have a visceral reaction of
Hold
what
on
we're
a
doing
second.
here. Don't do it, Jared.
You know
Take
what?
a breath.
Let me say something. Ali, I am super excited to be watching the $1,000 Super Seniors event. This made my day. Okay, I want to be on record. This right now is one of the greatest moments of my life. I'm watching the Super Seniors $1,000 buy-in. I'm here to be positive, folks.
Yeah, but come on. You can't overcompensate and send the pendulum wildly back in the other direction. I can feel a bluff.
You know what?
It ain't no limit single draw.
Ali, Donald Briggs might be more high-level poker than Phil Ivey in the Super Seniors. You just don't know. That's what makes this so great. You just don't know, folks. You really don't. Look at this guy.
I got this, Jared. Okay, allow me, Mr. McMullen.
This guy's got $144,000 in tournament earnings.
Okay, listen, that's a big number. You can buy a lot of cable knit sweaters with that.
Folks, I'm here to be positive. I've never been happier to look at the Super Senior. The Seniors is one thing.
Let me take care. By the way, Kevin Song's got some game on him.
Look at this guy in 1997. He won an event in 97, Ali.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you catch the bug, you stick with it, my friend. Who else we got gathered round here vying for a bracelet? Leonel Baracano. 17 bigs, not a lot of depth to some of these stacks out there, but some pay ladders being hunted.
If I could go back in time, I would tell production to have a dual stream. You've got the 50K PPC on one side, and you have the Super Seniors on the other.
You know what? If I could go forward in time, I'd love to see the day when you, my friend, qualify to enter as Super Seniors. You know what I mean? You might be out there. Father Time's undefeated, my friend. Okay? Just know that. I've become intimately familiarized with that reality. Meanwhile, 7-card stud, 8 or better now. Another one of the 3 stud variants that are played. The bring-in was Glaser with split 3s and a 5. You see Ivy with an 8-7-6. Not the greatest combination of low cards, but versatility in terms of being able to catch a 9 and make it useful. Of course, a couple of 9s are busy for Josh, who has decided to 3-bet. Not the kind of thing in a ring game you would see, but here 3-handed versus an 8, showing the 9s go up in strength. And especially when you suspect that Ivy's playing the low side and he catches a banana in the Queen of Diamonds, you feel even better about things, as Phil does check it, and we'll have to peel.
Remember, in split pot games, okay, short-handed, you would rather go high than low. Your value high goes way up short-handed. This probably, of all 9 games, I'd say is probably the least exciting of all the games in the mix. It's a lot of split pot games. This is one of the smaller games in the mix. Look at this as Josh Aryeh makes 9s and 2s. And again, this is a spot, if I'm Phil Ivey, where he's forced to call here, okay? He has a 9 that would give him a straight, and he has any low card, and unfortunately it looks like Ivy paired his 7s here. And he's going to check it back here most likely. And again, short-handed. As Ivy said, it's good.
Short-handed, the value of the highs go up. And also, one of the things you want to be mindful of is in a heads-up spot, which of course you're going to be involved in very often when you're playing 3-handed, Jared, is caution against winding up pursuing only half the pot. Because every chip you're putting in there, if you can't make a high that you think will beat your opponent, you're just looking to pull back.
Yes.
So, getting a look at this one by the numbers at present, north of $600,000 on lockup, almost $300,000. The gap between third and second, as you can see there, $895 will be the guaranteed figure for those that play for the title, and of course $1.3 million plus to the eventual winner in this one. And I gotta say, seeing Josh and Phil, who have been at it for so long, out here with a shot at this PPC, along with Benny, who's a real story. It's, you know, this is a treat without question, and so is 3-4-7 as the bring-in for Josh. Glauser with the powerful ace in the hole in diamond form, no less, is going to just limp.
And again, look how short Ivy is. But I am telling you this right now, and you need to listen to me. Phil Ivey with $2 million in chips. I'm telling you, he wins a couple pots and he's up to $5 million. Then he's got $10 million.
He was super short yesterday at one point, late into the evening, and then caught fire, as we see catching a poor one on fourth is Glauser, who is extinguished.
You cannot lose track of Phil Ivey in this tournament. It doesn't matter if he's sitting at the table. He's a massive threat with 3 left in this event. And I got to say, and now we're going to move over to triple draw here. This is a limit, okay? So the biggest difference between this and no limit single draw, folks, is you get 3 draws, which means by the river, if you make a 7 or an 8 or even a 9, it's very easy to make your hand when you have 3 rounds of betting and 3 draws, okay? When you have 1 draw and single draw, it's very hard to make an 8 or make a 7 or make a 9. But in this game, you get 3 cracks at it, and it's limit. And Ivy with 1.9 million in chips left here, he decides to fold again. Ivy knows, okay, that he is the best stud player at the table. And he knows that in limit triple draw, that with the limits being what they are, he could be all in one hand in this tournament, so he wants to play cautiously and waiting for a good spot.
But obviously you can get gobbled up by not just blinds, but the antes in the stud rounds.
Yeah, and like I said, though, the stud favors a short stack because you get all the antes. In this game, for example, there's no ante play. 3 left. They're playing for $1.343 million and one of the most prestigious bracelets you can win at the World Series of Poker.
Well, how about the 10K deuce? Anytime it's a 10K, you know it's a championship event, and there is prestige woven in. Front and center are all the usual suspects. You see Joao Vieira. There's Nicky. He's giving us a couple of buttons out there.
I'll tell you, man.
Okay.
That man right there might be the best 2-way draw player in the world.
What do you mean by 2-way?
Meaning this format, limit, triple draw,
okay,
and no limit, single draw.
All right.
Nick Schulman is probably the best in the world in both games.
Scott Seaver, no slouch. 7-time bracelet winner. Plenty of talent. And plenty of opinions, by the way. Good takes from Scott. Worth a follow on Twitter. Okay, I'm never going to call him Johnson. That's, but John Juanda, rather. Somewhat of a blast from the past. 5 bracelets in his cabinet. How about this guy, Todd Brunson? Probably one of the tougher guys I've had to square off with in the cash game streets. Son of the late Doyle Brunson. He's got a great sense of humor on him, by the way. Dry wit.
I love Todd, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a big Todd fan. I know for some, he can rub him the wrong way, but he's a sweetheart under the hood, I'll tell you that. And by the way, owner of Roma Deli, great Italian spot that a lot of poker players like to go to. There's Steve Zolotau, owner of a couple of bracelets, the Eagle, they call them. But is the handlebar mustache gone now, or is it just sort of faded? I didn't get it. I didn't clock it, but it was so iconic for so long. Meanwhile, looks like we've got some RFID access once more. Ivy with a raise and take. What is the biggest game? So, you know, 9-game, or the PPC is 9-game now, which is horse, no limit deuce, deuce, pot limit Omaha, and no limit Hold'em. Of the games, presumably the big bet games would be the ones that you would think play biggest. But what, in your opinion, Jared, is the game that plays biggest out of that 9-game mix?
It's actually not the big bet.
It isn't? Okay.
No.
Curious.
I'd say it's the stud high, it's the limit triple draw,
okay,
and it's the limit Hold'em. It's the one pot winner. Because you have to understand, in limit hold'em and stud and triple draw, a lot of the times you're playing the hand out to the river.
Correct.
To the end.
Stud high, of course, you have the antes, plus you have an extra big bet street, and it's one winner. With triple draws, you mentioned, a lot of times you end up playing it out to the end. And then the other one you mentioned was limit hold'em.
Yes.
One winner game that...
Because you got to understand, Ali, like in PLO and no limit hold'em, right? If you get dealt, 9-4 offsuit, you fold. The blinds are smaller, and you're not playing that big of a pot. The big bets actually, I'll tell you right now, this tournament favors the better limit players than it does the big bet players, okay? Ivy's betting here. Aria is improving to a deuce 4-6-8 here. Now again, folks, this is another game like no limit single draw. There's a lot of skill in this game. A lot of hands play itself.
Ivy has made a very rough 8, but an 8 nevertheless. So he's going to take his chances against Aria, who is drawing to beat him, doesn't get there, and this is a very critical pot for Ivy, who fires once more.
Now again, like I just said, Ali, these games play very big. Why? Because again, you're forced to see the last card in a lot of spots here. And if Aria doesn't improve, then Ivy's almost going to double up. Now, if I'm Ivy here, you have to check. Phil, do not bet the end here for 2 reasons, but let's see what he does. Okay?
Oh, Josh makes the 86. And when this bet comes in, especially in the face of a check, it's going to be a gross feeling.
Now again, Ivy, to his credit, he listened and checked.
But can you fold an 8 in this spot?
So here's the thing. He has one of the worst 8s, okay? It's one of those spots where he's probably not going to fold. But he also knows that he beats no value. He knows that Josh is not really doing this with a 9.
Yeah, you're praying that Aria paired and is just desperately trying to get a bluff through. And instead, those prayers go unanswered as he does pay off, getting 7-1 on the end, but getting the short end of a stick and left with just 300,000 as Josh ascends to near 20 million.
Yeah, and Ivy again. This is the second hand we've watched Ivy play head up against Josh Aria where he loses the stone minimum.
I'm going to tell you what, Josh had one of the most savage beats I have ever borne witness to in this very PPC, and it was against Bryce Yockey, of course, the infamous Pat number 2 against Miraculous Wheel. As we look in on Parsonen and Negreanu involved here in this 25K high roller mixed event, which is Pot Limit Omaha and No Limit Hold'em. Jack 9 with a couple of clubs is the flop. Turn was a queen of clubs, river a 7 of hearts. Negreanu's firing 300,000 on the heels of 200K on the turn. And is Parsonen asking for all of it? It looks like he is. Is that? It looks a little bit like a straight flush. Is that quads? No, queen's full. Wowzers. That's a full double for Negreanu there. Top boat against a straight flush, yeah. That's one way to get heaps into the middle. Parsonen will be left with 4.6, Negreanu up to 3 million. As obviously we'll keep track. But things tracking toward a 3rd place finish back here in this PPC for Phil Ivey. It would take something extraordinary for him to rally and get back in.
And now, as crazy as this sounds, if I'm Ivy, I would almost like to take the button here. I almost want to just, he's putting it in here. He's probably going to take 4.
Drop it.
Okay. I would have maybe liked him to see a fold here and maybe just play out the button here.
I thought you said 51.
He's taking 3. Okay, so he's keeping the 9.
Okay.
Which is fine.
And Josh is going to take 2 to the 8-7-5. Pretty heavy favorite here.
Oh, he is taking
4. Oh, he is
4.
taking 4.
Okay. Now again, position is so important in this game.
So is the deuce, which Ivy manages to catch along with an 8. So he'll draw 2. Josh is also going to draw 2 here. Not looking to draw to the 8-7-6-5, which is an open-ender. You don't want to make straights. Those count against you. So he sheds the 6 and finds a deuce of his own here as Ivy draws to the better of the 2 8s. Josh could pat this 10-8.
He's not.
Jared?
He's not could. He is 100%.
He is patting it. Okay.
He has to pat the 10-8. There's no
Against
more
the draw
betting.
1, he's a favorite.
He's over a 60% favorite here with 1 to come.
And can Ivy return the favor of a better 8, which is what put him into this position? It looks like no, as the 2 across pairs is 4, and Josh sends him packing.
Yeah, folks, that man, I've said it before and I'll keep on saying it. There is not a more recognizable man in the poker world than Phil Ivey. He is without question the biggest legend in the history of poker. Without that guy right there, a lot of you are not watching this telecast right now. That guy revolutionized the way we see poker today. Phil Ivey, he's not happy. Hopefully we get an interview with him here shortly.
Well, listen, he's got 600,000 doses of anesthesia to help numb him to the pain of falling just short of an opportunity to win this event. And we send it down to Jeff Platt, who's with him now.
Phil, I know it's tough in the moment, but what kind of prestige do you assign to a tournament like this one?
Prestige?
Yeah. Does this tournament?
I don't think in those lines. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I play, I mean, it's a great tournament. Obviously, it's a great tournament to win, but I don't like. I mean, I guess it is prestigious, yes.
Sure.
But I don't think like that while I'm playing. You know what I mean? Of course, I want to win. You know, any World Series event is nice to win.
With that said, is there a weight that you do feel on your shoulders when it comes to thinking about bracelet number 12, or is this still more, I just think about every day as being in the office, another tournament?
No, I just, I play when I can, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I play for fun these days. You know, I don't have to play. So, you know, I come down here and I play when I can.
I appreciate the time.
Right.
Thank you, Phil. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
So that's going to do it for Phil Ivey, and it will do it for us ever so briefly as we set the stage for a showdown of epic proportions between Josh Arieh, who didn't get the nomination for the Hall of Fame, but will eventually work his way in there. Will he do it with a PPC title under his belt? We'll find out in 15 minutes. See you shortly.
Centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move, the position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision, and the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
Complete. Queen of diamonds. Bet.
You gonna play the 10K PLO tomorrow?
Call.
I will play it if I don't go home. I had a 6-month-old at home, yeah. I'll miss my girl.
Check.
My girls. But that's a great tournament. Yeah. It's one of the best. Is there rebuys? One bullet. I like that. That makes it even better. Yes. Either that or one rebuy. I hated what they did with the 25K. That's insane. 9 rebuys. And you could see, I saw so many hands where people were just all in day one, 5 ways.
It just takes the little guy out of action.
Yeah.
Like it just makes a guy that's just a normal player, 5Ks and 10Ks, it just removes that guy completely.
I always play that tournament every year with one rebuy.
Yeah.
But I'm not willing to spend fucking...
Totally agree.
2.25. People are like, oh, just max late reg. I'm like, it's like the worst tournament.
So I can
do it. Yeah, so I
flip
can
a coin for 12 blinds.
Yeah. How many bullets?
Sorry.
How much there?
Raise.
3 bets.
Level.
Thank you. Ooh. I had a pretty good one.
All in the club.
Wow. This is just a little bit better. It's pretty sick. Double suited? Queens and 5s.
Above average for you.
Small advantage.
Good start. 10 of spades.
No, come on, don't start doing it. How about we be friendly and just say deuce?
Wow.
Oh,
close.
There you go.
Oh, it's never
you're
easy.
greedy.
Oh my
You're
gosh.
greedy.
7 of hearts.
Wow.
Queens and jacks.
Later, brother.
See you.
Yeah.
So do we change to 4 hands now, or do we continue?
Yeah, we have to finish. You have to finish 6-handed. I mean, 6 is 10, and then.
Slightly.
How much? How much?
50 more. 50 more, Josh. Drop him. 50.
50 more. Oh, sorry. I thought you said 51.
Good luck.
Okay, you got it. You good. Go ahead. One card back.
See you guys.
See you, man. Pleasure.
All right.
Take care. Sounds good. You dropped the paper. You dropped the paper. I don't know if it's important, but yes.
Okay, so he's gonna be the button. He's gonna be the small blind and the button.
So 5 minutes is good. You want?
I mean, we're just gonna reposition the chips when we get him back in.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong. Never poke the bear.
All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
Not Daisy. Did he maybe fall?
Oh!
Oh my God!
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's thrown up in poker.
I'm Vibhu Norby, and I'm the Chief Product Officer of the Salon Foundation. Yeah, so international payments is a huge problem. If you come to go play a tournament in the Bahamas, but you're a citizen somewhere else, how do you get money from one country to the other? How do you get money out when you win a tournament? How do you get paid out? Today, the old system is really inefficient. There are a lot of fees. The money can get locked up. Solana makes it easy and instantaneous and free. This is really the power of digital money. I can send someone $1 million or $1, pay a fee under 1/10 of a cent, and it shows up in your wallet instantly, no matter where you are in the world. It doesn't matter. So we're really excited to work with World Series on not just this brand partnership, but how do we enable the poker economy with digital finance and digital money? That's really the next step, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff come to life later this year.
One new name gets etched on this Chip Reese Memorial Trophy. The name on the trophy accompanied by that World Series of Poker bracelet, accompanied by a first place prize of more than $1.3 million. And speaking of bracelets, Benny Glaser looking for bracelet number 9, which would come with this new smaller trophy that you get to take home with you. And Josh Arieh looks for bracelet number 8. Arieh versus Glaser, heads up at the Poker Players Championship. Luis, let's get those cards back in the air. Here we go.
All right. And with that, the battle for the Poker Players Championship begins. Ali Najad and Jared Blesnick front and center, but of course, nowhere near the spotlight being shined on
now.
Benny Glaser and Josh Arieh, the latter of whom takes a north of 6 million chip lead into heads-up play. But as we've seen, such things can evaporate in a big hurry, Jared, especially in certain of these 9 games which comprise the Poker Players Championship. The pay ladder, not to be overshadowed, $450,000, let's call it, as Ace-10 overshadows 10 to kick things off. In No Limit Hold'em, Josh trying to limp in with a raggy combo. Glaser having none of it, of course, with this ace.
I want to say, Ali, they're head up, okay. I don't even know who actually I think has the advantage here. 2 great, talented players, both great in different games, in different formats. I would assume that Benny has played more head up and short-handed, just for the fact that he plays a lot more volume of tournaments and gets there a lot. But we're in for some exciting head up action here. No Limit Hold'em. Again, there's the big blind ante, and like I discussed earlier, look for the big bet games to play smaller than some of the limit games. There's a lot of folding pre-flop.
As we observed just there, and again here with Glaser going 2 for 2. Glaser, by the way, previous PPC best results, 4th in 2022, 5th in 2018. Been at the top of the chip counts since day 1. And I'll tell you, I've played a little bit in cash against Benny, and I feel as though at the time at which we were playing with one another, nobody put me into the blender more consistently than he did. And there is something exhausting about having to play against him. And I say this in a complimentary manner because he throws everything he has at every single pot that he plays. And it can be frustrating. You know, it's almost like, hey, buddy, take a hand off. But he doesn't have it in him. And of course, this is why he is as successful as he is.
Yeah, Benny Glaser, one of those guys that you just don't want to see at your table. And again, he decided to play this very tricky. We talked about it earlier, right? You're going to see some tighter play in games. Here is what Benny is doing right now, okay? And this is inside information for all of you.
Flat calling the raise from Josh
Yes.
with a dominant king.
But the reason why Benny is doing that is because Benny Glazer wants to get to 08. He wants to get to triple draw. He wants to get to stud. Benny Glazer, in his mind, knows that he's a favorite in more of the limit games, which is why he's going to play the big bet pots smaller than usual. And the fact that he's disguised this King-Jack, this could be very dangerous for Arya.
He's open-ended here as Josh has taken a swing at this queen-high rainbow board. Benny content to just check call and slip it once more. Pot has grown to 1.5 plus. And I want to come back to this take that you have that Benny wants to get to the limit games where he thinks that he is dominant against Josh, because I've known Josh a long time, and I think Josh is as strong as he has ever been on the whole as a poker player today, and certainly not going to be some walk in the park in any of these 9 games versus Benny.
He's not. But again, in a mixed event, you really want to be careful on every game and how you play each hand. And I'm a little surprised there that Josh, knowing he can't really win with king high, he decided to give up there, which is fine. A bet might have worked. But again, like you said, Ali, the chip stacks are very close. Anyone's got a chance here. Are you taking us back to the seniors event? Please.
No, it's the 1K ladies. Are you going to complain about this one, Jared?
No comment.
Somehow I doubt it. Let's see who else is plunked in. 4 figures. Laura Eisenberg. She won this event back in 2021. I'm sure she'd be keen not to have anyone know that as she navigates her way through this field. There's the poker mama herself, Casey Mills, who hopped into the booth during the World Series of Poker Europe for a stint. Had the chance to do dinner with her not long ago here in Las Vegas with her group, and certainly a very lovely and positive person. Elaine Murphy, this is a diehard Phillies situation here. You cannot rock that lid without being, this is season tickets, if I had to guess. Sam Abernathy. She took a break, if I'm not mistaken, to have a baby not that long ago. 631K on her resume. Back at it. A poker mama herself. Camille Brown. $500,000 winner. Rocking a fresh stack. Rocking an ace-7. Back here in the No Limit Hold'em streets is Benny, and rocking a dominant ace-9 is Josh. See if he wants to pull back on the yoke here in the face of this 400K open.
1.4.
And there's your answer, as he takes it up another million. Now, any ace heads up is a very strong hand in No Limit, correct?
Yes. The deeper you are, though, they're fairly deep here, head up. And ace-9, I think a lot of great No Limit Hold'em players would actually probably just call the raise with this hand. I think they're more likely to raise it when they're shorter, just because the deeper you are, ace-9 offsuit doesn't play great against Benny's calling range here if he decides to call. Interesting to see what Benny decides to do here. Benny has a lot of options here, okay? He can potentially do all 3 things here. He could 4-bet, he could fold, he can call. All are okay.
Well, he's giving it a good chew here. And what's this now? 4th scoop up to 3.8. And man, all of a sudden that ace-9 looks a lot less sexy. And Josh put into the bin there. And Benny likes that plenty. As we send it down to Jeff Platt for an update, Jared, on the Super Seniors.
What a turnout in the 1K Super Seniors final table taking place behind me. 5 players are left. Felipe, go ahead and dive in. As we started this with a field of 3,323 entries, our final 5 guaranteed a little bit more than $100,000. We have Kevin Song, Nancy Birnbaum, Donald Briggs, Paul McMullen, Lionel Baracano, all fighting for that first place prize of more than $355,000. And of course, it does indeed come with that wonderful, glorious World Series of Poker gold bracelet, guys.
Repeat after me, Jared. My name is Jared.
My name is Jared.
And I love the Super Seniors event.
And I love the Super Seniors event. And I mean that with all my heart.
Aryeh loves this 4th Street here as he's found a queen entering 7-card stud high, more than we can say for the Ace-Jack-9 of Glaser.
In fact, I love the tournament so much, I don't even know why we're watching this head-up match.
Okay, now you're just laying it on thick. As see Glaser coming off the throttle.
So, again, I want to go back to that hand with the Ace-7, Ace-9. Another reason why a lot of players would like to flat is because if in the case Benny 4-bets, okay, your hand always kind of only plays as a fold there. So you're almost getting blown off your hand when you actually re-raise and then get 4-bet, which is another reason why I probably would have led to calling there. But again, it's a small mistake. It's a small error.
On the topic of small mistakes, I did mention Benny came off the throttle. 4th Street, he did actually bet and get called. You saw 5th go check, check, and that left Josh quite happy to barrel and take it.
Yes. Again, we're going back. This is back to the 25K half and half event.
Are we allowed to take updates of this one, Jared?
Sure. Talk to me. What do we got?
We got Negreanu involved here, this time against Sean Winter, who made it 230K under the gun. Negreanu defended his big. This Ace-Jack-3 board has left him checking and facing 125 out of Sean. Daniel comes with a call. Another $250,000 into the middle. Turn brings a 9 of hearts, 2-tone texture development. This time Winter checks back. River looks innocent with the 7 of spades. Falling into 860. This looks chunky. Negreanu brings 600,000. Certainly not unreasonable to think that Negreanu would simply defend against an under-the-gun opener with an ace and then be left a little bit more proud of it on the end here, Jared, after the check back on the turn from Sean.
Yeah, I don't think Negreanu's going this sizing with an ace that's not a good kicker. If he has one, the sizing is leaning towards two pair plus and all bluffs. I don't think Negreanu's doing this with like Ace-5, Ace-8. Winter, he knows how nitty Winter is, and Winter would check back turns with a lot of, you know, Winter's the type of guy that would check back with an Ace-Queen on the turn to play it tricky.
Well, he's using some time extensions. Taking a hydration break. He hasn't found the muck. All of this posturing here read like what to you? Doesn't feel like an ace, right?
For Winter?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't really know. We picked up the hand, you know, on the flop. I don't really know what happened pre-flop.
This was big. This was big blind defense against under the gun open. Check call 125, check turn, 600K lead into the 860 by Negreanu on the end. And you see Sean really kind of uncomfortable with this spot that he's been put in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the third break. I had to go. Sorry, I got 7 turns. Oh, yeah, the third break.
Okay, so it's gonna be
15. Yeah, like after.
So
we're
after
gonna take a 15-minute break and play 25, 26. Then a break. Yeah, then dinner.
Sean's got the look of a man who isn't rocking a very strong hand, but doesn't really believe the line here from Negreanu. Busted diamonds, perhaps. He is going to look him up. What's Negreanu going to show? That looks like Queen 10 versus King Jack. So reasonably big check back on the turn there from Sean. Wanted to make sure he realized the equity with that King High flush draw and a Jack. And Negreanu got caught with his hand in the cookie jars. Plenty of cookies head Sean's way.
Yeah. And great call by Mr. Winter there. Not an easy call against Dean Eggs there. The check on the turn got Winter to make all that money.
You bet.
Back to the great game of stud here.
Wired nines with a queen in the window for Glauser, who brought it in as the low card. REA with the ace and a king deuce in the hole. Completed it. Got repopped.
Check.
Doesn't find any help on fourth. High hand always has the betting lead in stud.
2 bets.
So REA checking.
Now this is where...
And then the check raise. So this is where he is trying to forcefully say, I do have split aces.
Yeah, and unfortunately when you're head up in a stud pot, Benny's hand here is completely disguised, okay? He has buried nines. Josh doesn't know that. Okay, and Josh is using his representation. And this is a problem for Josh Aria. Why? Because he caught a jack and so did Benny. Little does Josh know that Benny, again, has nines in the hole. And because the jack paired both of them, I'm sorry, not paired, but because they both caught, yes, because they both caught jacks, Benny now is less likely to fold here. Okay?
Because he's not going to think that Aria somehow made the jack in the event that he didn't have aces already.
Yes.
So non-believing and doing so correctly is Benny. This pot has grown very much at the hands of Josh's choice to play a big one.
And this is what we talked about earlier. This is stud, right? I said stud, limit hold'em, and triple draw. They play the biggest. Why? Because you get to 7th Street a lot.
4.1 in there already and another 500K ahead left to play for. If it goes bet call, Josh winds up with nothing more than deuces. He was hunting an ace or a king to hop out in front of potentially queens. And now he bets once more.
Wow. So this is where Josh Aria knows he doesn't have the best hand, okay, with a pair of twos, but he's trying to get a hand like nines to fold here, okay? And the problem is Benny's getting a phenomenal price, right? So he probably thinks he doesn't have the best hand, but he has to call 500K to win a pot of 5 million. So he's getting 10 to 1 on his money, and he has to be right only a certain percentage of the time.
He's looking over for a live tell here, Jared. He's got nothing more than nines, but all the way down, he didn't believe Josh. And Josh's bet on the river suggests that he has 2 pair plus.
Yes.
Jared, this is aces up plus being represented.
He could be betting aces here.
Just
okay?
1 pair for value?
Yes, he could be betting aces.
Pair of twos.
Oh, and he gets caught.
Wow. And that was a world-class call by Benny. Okay? Great call by Benny. And the fact that Josh check-raised 3rd. Okay?
4th.
Or 4th, I apologize. The fact that he check-raised made it more believable. And the fact that Benny called 7th with just a pair of 9s, well done by Benny Glaser. Again, you're getting a great price, and that's a lot of what limit poker is, folks. And now Benny Glaser has overtaken the chip lead, Ali.
And it didn't take all too long for him to do that as we enter Omaha 8 or better.
Now again, I'm telling you this, Benny Glaser could be the best 08 player in the world, especially head up. He has done, his results in this game have been phenomenal. Don't discredit Josh in 08. He's great. He's not as good as Benny, but he's great. Raise here on the button. And look at this by Benny, okay? Benny has a hand here that could be played either way. It could be played as a call. It could be played as a raise.
He goes with the former with that club draw and 6 low draw. The turn now pairs him with a king. We do not actually know what Josh has. He didn't scan his whole cards.
We don't, but I'm telling you that Benny has 0 folds here on 4th Street.
Do what?
And now let's see the river, Ali. Oh my God, Ali, he makes kings and 6s here.
Yeah, that's a lot of hand toward the high. As you can see what had Aryeh barreling, it was the 10s and open ender. And ultimately he winds up with the queens.
Benny here taking early advantage, head up. He outplayed Josh in that one hand with ace-7. He's getting dealt the better hands here. And I'm going to say this on record, guys. When you're playing head up in this format, when you're not super deep, you want to be lucky right now over skill. What I'm saying is that if the talent here is very close, most likely whoever gets dealt better hands is probably going to win this match. In such, you know, we're talking not as many big blinds deep here. Going back, Benny has a 2-way hand here. Again, you want to have an ace in your hand. Josh here, 3-betting a suited ace with a pair of 3s and an ace-3 low draw. They're going to be head up to the flop.
Benny very much getting the best of things of late. Momentum in his corner.
Now Josh 3-betting, and the problem, Ali, when you 3-bet in 08, right? In theory, it's not supposed to favor a high board texture when you 3-bet pre. So even though it came high, this is not a texture that favors Josh in a 3-bet pot as much. It favors Benny the caller because he's opening a wider range on the button.
Yeah, unless of course Josh had spades, which suited combos, double suited combos will very much be in the mix for 3-betting hands. But I hear where you're coming from. It tends to be ace and a couple of low cards, maybe a single high card there.
Thank you.
And Benny wants to see the whole hand here, and I don't fault him. They're playing for a lot of money.
Sorry, manners, we're playing heads up.
I probably wouldn't do it, but I don't blame him. Josh probably wouldn't do it either. But they are playing head up. They are playing for a bracelet, and they're playing for over $1.3 million.
I don't think Josh really enjoyed being asked to show his whole hand. I mean, it is within his right to simply muck the other 2 cards and concede the pot, is it not?
I'd say this.
He's not obligated.
He's not. Benny didn't do anything wrong. I would not say it's unethical. I would just say that when you're playing high-limit poker, I probably wouldn't ask to see their hand, especially if you know that you've lost the hand.
If you know that you've won the hand.
Especially if you know you've won,
yeah.
yes. Now again, like I just described, right? The pre-flop raiser is opening a wide range. So notice how Josh only has a high hand here, right? So if the board comes high a lot, like this one, maybe Benny will check again just like Josh did because he knows that it favors Josh in a 3-bet pot here.
By the way, Glaser has ace-4-8 king. And it's middle set for Josh here. He is going to raise this board. And Glaser's on the hunt for a 10, 2 of which are busy. Could find some backdoor wheel stuff. Of course, for the extra 250, he must peel, see whether or not something develops.
And look at that turn card for Benny. It gives him a weak low draw.
8-4.
Okay, but now Josh has a set, a straight draw, and a flush draw. Okay, Benny Glazer, what he has on the turn is what we like to call an emergency low. What is an emergency low? It's a very weak low where if your opponent doesn't have a low, you kind of get, let's say the river's a low card, like it is. Benny has now gotten half the pot here by having what's called an emergency low.
He doesn't necessarily think that Josh is going to produce a low in this situation, given his willingness to raise a Queen Jack 3 board, right?
Yes, yes. And this is where Benny gets bailed out here with the 8-4 low, and he's going to be thrilled to get half the pot here.
No, 8-4.
I'll tell you what, Josh isn't losing any chips there, but he certainly isn't gaining any run good.
Josh is very frustrated right now. I could tell he's frustrated.
Last game of this game.
He doesn't like the fact that Benny's asking to see all his cards. Folks, we could be here for a while, okay? I've watched these matches. They go back and forth. You're looking at the trophy. You're looking at the bracelet. You're not looking at the greatest player to ever play this event in Michael Mizrachi, the grinder. He's won this event 4 times. There's no one better in this format than the grinder. But now we'll have a new champion and a new winner and a new story and a new chapter. And again, we talked about this earlier, Ali. Ace 6, 7, 8. That is the type of hand in a multi-way game. If you're six-handed, you don't want to play that hand. It plays really poorly six-handed. But head up, it's not that bad of a hand. And I'd love to see Josh continue the betting here. And he does.
Now remember, when we 3-bet pre, we skew at least a couple of our cards toward the low side, but critically, if you have a Queen Dangler on a King Jack 10 board, you could have the nuts, and Benny has no further interest in that particular pot.
Yeah.
Looks like someone's arrived with some interest in what he's got going on. Looks like Frank Casella and his gal Andrea. Front and center. Cheer their man on.
I'm now leading.
And again, that was actually a good flop for Josh in a way, having the ace.
Like 20 to 12 or something like that. 19, 13.
50s.
As D-Nex made it over to the rail. Looks like maybe he's on a break.
I'll tell you, man.
Go on.
We're head up. We got Dean Eggs in the background. You got Frank Casella. I'm excited to watch this play out, Ali.
Those are both former player of the years in the World Series, correct?
They are. And they're both so great for poker.
Negreanu nailed it because the year that he won, he got a truck.
I was actually, when Negreanu won this event, was it 2 years ago he won it? He won it 2 years ago.
Did he?
Yeah, he won it 2 years ago because I was there. We were talking a lot back and forth about his when it was 2 years ago. Again, Raz, all right? Representation is so important here. Raz, now look at this. Aria paired his 4, but Benny caught a jack. Let's see 5th Street, Ali. And another paint card. And another paint card for Aria.
I mean, this is a horrific board development for Benny. He's drawn to a queen low. Josh is drawn to a king low, though.
Yes. Now, Glazer doesn't know it, but he's actually got the best percentage hand right now.
Ever so slightly, of course. Given the best that he can do on 6th is produce the queen low and then draw to a jack. He is going to peel, though.
Oh, my
finds
God.
a 10 while Josh finds a jack. So the best hand that either player is going to be able to produce is going to be a jack 10 low.
And now Josh almost has to check here because he knows Benny almost has no folds when he catches the 10. Josh, what are you going to do?
Now, even if Josh was drawing to a smooth jack, in terms of the equities, he's not going to be a massive favorite, is he? He is going to bet, though, and this sets him up to be able to tell a story on the river. But in Raz in particular, it can be challenging to do such things. You see Glaser getting sticky, and Benny finds a pair of kings on the end while Josh makes the jack low. And it is Jack 10-9, so I don't think he's going to be particularly keen to fire at this, right?
No, I disagree with you. He has to bet here. He has to bet. Oh, my God.
He jacks.
I don't like it. I really don't like it.
But any Jack 10 made by Glaser, and he's going to call, and in all likelihood, it's going to be good, right?
Yeah,
He's not, you think he calls with a queen low there?
You have to. You have to, because he made the jack on 7th. So you have to almost, you're forced to call there, even if you don't improve. Think about it. He made a jack on 7th. If he had the jack on 6th, it'd be totally different. But his board can't show that he can have better than making a jack on 7th. Small mistake there by Josh.
I'll tell you what, though, that was a pretty key pot in terms of it allowing him to...
The pots get big. In these non-split pot limit games, Raz, limit hold'em, triple draw, stud high, the pots get big. I'm telling you right now, 3 or 4 hands in a row, and this thing could be, heading in one direction based on how this plays out. And this could be trouble here for Josh. Okay, again, the card on top of your screen, right? You see Josh has a 4 on top with the 2-2. That's the card that they could see on the table here.
You see Glaser bringing it in with a 6. Gets completed by Josh, who catches the worst of the 4th Street cards. Glaser has paired unbeknownst to Aryeh, who's got a pair of his own in the hole, and he's going to peel here.
And I'm not a huge fan of this peel. I'm not a big fan of it. I will tell you this, Josh is very sticky in the stud games. And I'm telling you right now, that can hurt him here because of how big they play Ali. He is extremely sticky.
Yeah, but not in the face of this 5th Street queen. Glaser fortunate to get away with the W.
Now every time I play queen 6, I'm going to show. It's a rule. It's a table rule. At least on this end. I don't know if they'll participate over there. Okay, please.
Yeah, if you're going to take us off the final table here, at least just present the series.
You guys want to participate in the queen 6 game? Every time we have queen 6,
By the way, I really applaud this woman who's just got the beer working. I don't think we're near beer level in this one, but good on her. And she's also worked her way into the World Series gift shop, so doing it right. Megan Collins on the button. See that ace queen 9 board coming off. Looks like Megan opened this pot. Big blind defended and is check calling. So we'll head to a turn.
Is this day 1?
Yes, it is. People like the ladies event, Jared. Relax. We're not missing anything in terms of the 50K PPC. Remember, we have the luxury, since it's not in real time, it's on a delay, of ensuring that any consequential pots are shown.
I'm not saying anything negative about the ladies event, but what I am saying is if you're going to turn the telecast off of the 50K PPC,
yes,
show us 4 left in the Super Seniors event.
Okay.
I mean, this is day 1, damn it. With all due respect, this is day 1. Day 2, I can understand. Day 3, I'll watch.
Well,
day 1, show me the Super Seniors.
This is bet number 2 from Megan on the turn.
I mean,
3K.
Without any disrespect here, does anyone at home really care who's going to win this pot? And I'm just being honest.
I'll tell you what, she goes by Vixen Poker in Instagram, has a reasonable following. Certainly made a little name for herself. There's some people that are tracking Megan's work.
I get it, and there's no disrespect there, but it's day 1. Talk to me on day 3.
I'm going to ask you something. If we were bringing you day 1 of the PPC, you wouldn't be saying that. You wouldn't be saying this is day 1 of the PPC. Why are we watching?
There's one tournament in the world that I want to watch day 1, and that's the main event. I don't care what I'm watching. It's day 1 of the main event. That's it. Full transparency.
All right.
The greatest tournament in the world, which is less than 2 weeks out.
Oh, I know.
I cannot wait. It's not just the greatest poker tournament in the world, Ali. It is the greatest tournament in the world, the main event. And I can see that smile on your face right now.
You mean going outside the borders of poker? As we see painting a little bit outside the lines here is Josh, who's had pairs on more than one occasion to kick things off. That's troublesome. It's his turn to make sevens up on fifth. Glaser on the 9-7 low draw.
But again, it's all about the board and what's being shown. Benny doesn't know that Josh double paired, and he's looking him up again. Let's see 6th Street. Benny pairs his 9s, but Josh Aria pairs his 2s.
Both players with an open pair, and the stickiness has very much belonged to Benny in these Raz streets.
Now this is what makes this hand so interesting, is Benny Glaser cannot lose this hand if he doesn't fold, okay? As long as he doesn't fold, he can't lose. But if he doesn't improve here, which he did, and now what's going to happen is Josh is probably going to bluff at it, and Benny's going to look him up with a 10.
You win. Pair.
Oh, that is demoralizing.
It is, but you know what? You can't fault Aria for the way that the hand played out. He used his board as leverage, and Benny read right through it. If Benny caught a queen, if Benny paired, he would have folded 7th. He got there, he made a 10, and he won the pot. And I'm telling you right now, Josh Aria wants to stop playing stud right now. All forms of stud.
Not forever, but certainly for the
Right
time
now.
being, as it's just been going so poorly for him.
And now they're PLO, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is where Josh Aria shines, okay? How many hands of each, Ali? 4? Do we know?
You know,
I feel like it's 4 heads up. I don't know.
I've got the sheet here, but I don't know if that's part of it.
Well, it can't be more than 6. I'm going to say it's either 4 or 6. It's an even number for sure. All right, Josh here. Again, there's a big blind ante, so you have almost no folds on the button in PLO. This is a really weak holding. Josh deciding to raise here with this hand. I don't love it.
Listen, you can't sit back and wait
but
for top shelf holdings.
The problem is when you raise a hand like this and you min raise, your opponent knows to almost never fold here, okay? Because of the price that your opponent's getting.
Glaser has flopped top pair against middle pair. Actually, king's up, forgive me.
With a gutter as well to boot. And again, this is where Benny is going to flat the flop, okay? He has a big hand, but he also doesn't want to get blown off his hand by raising. He wants to play his hand slow. It's a dry texture, and he knows he's outclassed in PLO, and he decides to call. Let's see 4th Street. And it's an ace. And it's actually a good card for Benny as he turns a flush draw.
But in terms of Josh, if he were willing to barrel at this again, which I'm not suggesting that he is, it would be a range-based decision. He does decide to check back, and in comes clubs.
Yes.
For Benny.
And Benny now makes the second nut flush. Okay, and now he's trying to figure out how he maxes out value here. This is a spot for Benny where I would say I go 50-50. The value in checking is to get your opponent to bluff, and he decides to check. Josh checking the turn, by the way, he would check a lot of aces up on the turn. He would check kings up on the turn. Now he's stuck in a decision where he knows he can't win unless he tries to bluff at it, but it's not going to work. Okay. Now Josh decides to bet here.
Second nuts, and this is all posturing out of Benny.
Yeah.
As he successfully coaxed this barrel out of nothing more than a pair of queens.
And ideally, I'd love to see Benny put in a raise here to like 2.2 million.
You got to credit Benny with the willingness to check and induce from Josh on the end here, who certainly feels like this is a board that he could steal this pot on. But
Only we know that's never going to be the case.
And one thing about both of these players, they really think about their decisions. They take their time. And look at Benny, he's going for chips. Well played by Benny. Well played. I don't fault Aria there for bluffing the river.
Boy, but it's really beginning to take shape as a very one-sided affair here. Heads up. Josh brought that chip lead in about 6 million, if I recall correctly, and it's just been evaporated in very short order. And it just gives you a sense of how astronomically big every one of these games are at the moment.
Yeah. And
even in relation to what should feel like a deep stack.
And I'll tell you that Benny is very comfortable right now.
Oh, the wind is at his back.
Yeah. Josh is very frustrated. I can feel it. Benny decides to raise here. And
double suited king, queen, jack, 5. Very reasonable. 450 ahead will take us to this flop. And it comes 9-6-4 as clubs once again provided to Benny on the draw right away versus naked jacks, which check it.
And I'll tell you right now, this is a great flop for Benny to actually check behind. Okay, you want to check behind non-nut flush draws with no pair. That is another turn card for the viewers watching at home. Josh Aria's hand in PLO, don't look at it like it's no limit holding. That is a very weak holding with no suit, having jacks. Okay, it's a totally different game. And that right there actually is a card where if I'm Benny, okay, Benny checking down is showing that he's supposed to have an ace X in his hand. I'd love to see Benny go for chips here, and it's probably going to work. Okay, Benny cannot get to showdown with king high. He knows it's not the best hand. And look at the pressure he's about to apply.
525.
Yeah, and this is the problem with a hand like jacks, okay? When you're facing 4 cards, great bluff by Benny. And again, I don't fault Josh there for that fold. He beats such a small holding of hands, and that happened to be one of them. But Benny has taken complete control of this match.
You know,
head up.
He is, I think, had the more generous of the card distribution, which is not a slight, but he has also made the most of the spots. As it's all gone wrong for Josh. Meanwhile, back in the 25K, mixed high roller, Edward Leonard apparently has survived with an ace-7 against a king-queen for Juha Helppi, who flopped top pair, and on the river, the ace comes in. So good old Barry bailing out Mr. Leonard. Bounces up to 16 big. Still lots of work to be done. And on the topic of work that needs to be done, this man has been engaged in manual labor against Benny. Queen 9-6-4 on the button. He raises it up. You don't like it?
No, I don't. Again, Benny is going to defend such a wide range. As your chip stack gets shorter, you want to be a little more conservative when you're head up here. And again, Josh having a hand here that's better for his range. Unfortunately, Benny's not going to fold here if Josh decides to bet at it. Let's see what happens here. The problem is this, Ali. When you raise pre-flop and you bloat the pot, okay, you don't have that many chips to be able to keep on bluffing at it. And if your opponent, like Benny, Benny's going to play very slow. Like I said, he's going to check call a lot. He's going to play slow, waiting to get to the studs here.
He's got a gutter and a club draw, which turns into a pair of 9s on this turn. Aria also making 9s with the better kicker.
Now this is interesting, Ali, because even though Aria doesn't have a blocker of an 8 or a 10, he paired the 9, and it's a card that's unlikely to hit Benny's range. I would love to see Josh continue the betting here. And usually when they ask what's in the size of the pot, they usually bet.
That's 1.1.
And sure enough, in comes that bet into 1.65, 1.1.
And if I'm Benny Glazer and I'm out of position, okay, I have a bad straight draw, I have a bad flush draw, and I have a pair. This hand is very hard to play out of position. And again, remember what he's thinking right now. I want to get to stud. I want to get to 08. I do not want to play Aria in PLO, and I think he's going to fold here in this spot. This is what's going through his mind in real time, folks. I want you to listen to me and take this in. This is real stuff. When you're playing a mix event, focus on your opponent's weaker games. Great bluff by Josh, and I don't fault Benny. Again, he's waiting for the other games, Ali.
But is it not unfair, whether it's perception or reality, to suggest that Benny is somehow dominating Josh in these non-big bet limit games?
He is, but again, it's too early to tell. Okay, Benny's gotten more favorable of the deck, like I said. I believe it is 6 hands of each, by the way. I think this is probably or maybe the 4th or 5th. Benny here, okay, the ace is not suited, but he has a playable hand here on the button.
Raise it, 450,000.
Coordinated danglers with the ace. Some small spades, which are covered by Josh, who will defend. They share the 8.
Now this is actually a hand, folks, where if you're playing head up and there's no big blind ante, I'd probably fold Josh's hand. This hand plays really poorly post flop. And I'll tell you, this is another flop if I'm Benny, where
That's 525,000.
you know, you want to, when you flop a draw, Ali, in PLO, it's very important to draw to the nuts, okay? This is a great flop for Benny because not only does he have middle pair, but there's so many straight draws and he's drawing to the nuts, and, and Josh decides to fold here.
He's been drawing to card death.
I'm getting crushed.
Oh.
I'm getting crushed right now.
A little double smoochy there from Rachel as ODB's on the rail. Josh letting them know that he is getting crushed of late.
They grab it.
Let's see if that's the kiss of life that's been delivered.
The key to being a great head-up player, this is one of the most important things I'm going to state for all of you the entire night. When you want to play head-up at the highest level, the key is to play the opposite of how your opponent is playing you. If you're playing tight, you want to play loose. If your opponent is playing loose, you want to play tight. This was taught to me in Doyle's Super System book 20 plus years ago, that head up is all about adjusting to your opponent in real time, and you're watching Benny do that slightly better than Josh. And we're going to take it here to my favorite event on planet Earth. Bring me the damn Super Seniors, Ali. Talk to me, baby. Let's go.
That's going to be Jeff Platt's job.
2 big blinds to this. What's this ride been like for you?
It's been a roller coaster. I've gotten it in good all day.
Yeah.
I've been playing well. I got it in with kings. I 4-bet the guy. He shoved. I call, and we lose to ace jack of hearts. He flops 2 pair, and that's basically what happened there. And then I got it in with 8s versus ace king. We hold, and just building my stack back. I'm just fighting. You know, it's the first time I'm playing the Super Seniors. I'm happy to be here. I wasn't planning on coming out, so it'll be a great story. I was taking the summer off, and then I'm here, and I'm at the final table for the first time. I think I've been grinding the WSOP for like 20 years, so it's nice to finally get to the final table.
What's the mindset like? How do you carry yourself through the ups and the downs?
You know what? I've been doing this so long, I'm used to it. It's just, I expect it, you know? And if I have it, and I hold, great. And if I don't, I move on to the next tournament. My mental mindset is phenomenal.
And finally, the support from this rail has meant what to you?
I finally got married, so my wife is here.
Awesome.
I've had a great rail. I got a trouble sign over there. I got my friend Judy coaching me.
This is awesome.
I have my friend Kelly, Aaron. I got all these people here. They're all here to support me. My friend Natasha. She just won like millions of dollars in the Bahamas.
Yeah, right. Well, this is
I
awesome.
got Rami, so I mean, I'm very lucky that I got all my buddies are here.
You've got
So
quite the rail.
Yeah, it's
Wishing
fun.
you best of luck rest of the way. Thank
I
you for the
appreciate
time,
you.
Nancy.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Back to the PPC. Jack 4 on the button in the limit hold'em streets, which, as you pointed out, Jared, can be among the bloodier ones.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see a lot of action here in limit hold'em.
Are we going to see Josh right the ship, though, which has been listing as he is whittled down to 10 million, a better than 2-to-1 chip lead coming into this round. 9 high. Not much on the flop, but now turns into a diamond draw on the turn where the ace rolls off. So the round of checking, and in comes a jack for Benny.
Benny here has to think he's got the best hand here.
Especially given 3 consecutive checks in front of him, as Josh again has just been card dead of late. Obviously, it's not been difficult for Benny, just given the situations that the deck has provided him, but he's also done well not to get out in front of his skis, so to speak, Jared. You know, a lot of times you can be tricked into thinking, oh, okay, I'm just going to sun-run my way into victory. But he's patient, he's measured, and he's oh so experienced, as was proven last summer when he took down not 1, not 2, but 3 events here at the World Series, but none of them were the PPC, and he would be thrilled to add that to his resume, as we'd be thrilled to have you connect with us here at the World Series of Poker on any of the platforms, which you can, as you see them on your screen there, X, Facebook, Instagram, for the comments, and then, of course, the chat on Twitch or YouTube for the real-time feedback. We do have the YouTube stream open. And for those of you that are enjoying the coverage, by all means, let us know by clicking the like button. And while you're at it, go on and hit subscribe to make sure that you don't miss any of what we have on offer here throughout the summer. With still plenty left on the docket. All free of charge. Yes, that's right, Jared. Free of charge. Meanwhile, Glazer charging Josh with this ace-5. And that 6-5 of hearts just binned.
And this is the advantage that you have when you have a big chip stack in a poker tournament. You're allowed to almost bully your opponent. Josh is not going to play back as much at Benny due to the fact that he's under 10 million in chips.
But also due to the fact that the man just can't seem to find a winner. It's a real phenomenon, Jared, that you can get a little bit more gun-shy and a little bit more apprehensive about running a bluff when you feel like nothing's working out because you're bruised and a little bit battered. Your table image is such that it's going to be tougher to get one through.
Just like any sport, poker is a game of confidence. You can make the argument that in poker, it's about being confident over everything else, okay? With a lot of luck involved in poker, you need to be able to withstand it. You need to be able to overcome it. And that's why you see certain guys have great summers and some guys have bad summers, because they lose confidence, they build it, etc., etc. And right now you're watching Benny Glazer with all the confidence in the world.
And by the way, not just on the micro level of on the day. but also zooming out and just considering that the guy is just at peak form, you know, riding a serious heat wave.
Well, one thing I'll say about Benny Glaser, this is a guy that rarely ever makes a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay? You're never going to watch. There's very few people in poker that when you watch live, you very rarely see them be like, oh, what is this guy doing? We talked about it on the 250K, a guy like Jason Kuhn. You never really see them make mistakes. They want to play every hand to the best of their ability.
Well, if Glaser wants to play this hand, it's going to cost him another 900, another 825K rather, as Josh here in this no limit deuce to 7 single draw round has taken this convertible jack and shot it up, but he is out of position, so I would imagine if Benny calls, he's going to be more inclined, as we do see him call, Jared, to keep the jack.
So Josh here is going to keep the jack, okay? And this is why position is so important. When you're out of position and you 3-bet, you're going to pat a jack when you get called. Now, if you're in position and your opponent pats in front of you, then you can drop the jack and draw to a 9. This is very important. Position is the #1 most important thing in no limit single draw. And now Josh electing to check his jack here, and let's see what Benny catches. And Benny makes a 9-8.
A good 9-8 at that. And when Josh 3-bets and checks, he is skewed much more heavily toward a hand like this than ever trapping. Am I right?
You're 100% right, Ali. And, you know, Josh is checking here all his jacks. He's checking most of his 10s. Okay? He also knows that when Benny calls the 3-bet, that he's drawing to a 9 or better. Benny's not going to call the raise drawing to a 10 here.
And this is just so deflating.
And this is the problem what we talked about with the confidence. Josh Aria has lost his confidence right now, and now he's confused. He's been running bad. He's been losing a lot of pots, and he doesn't know what to do.
Well, this is basically bluff catching here and questioning whether or not Benny, as he would be apt to do, by the way, Blez, has paired and is desperately trying to take this pot away from him as he brings 2.9 to the party.
Yeah, but the thing is here, Ali, in this specific spot, I would say Benny doesn't have a ton of bluffs with this sizing because, again, he knows that Josh 3-bet. He knows that Josh checked, and he knows that Josh can have any 10s here, right? So let's say Josh had a hand like 10-7, 10-8. He's going to check here, and that's a fairly strong hand head up. So Benny knows that his check could be somewhat strong. It doesn't have to be. This is more of the bottom of his range, a Jack 9 here. Okay, the bottom of his range is Jack 10, Jack 9, Jack 8. And again, Benny doesn't strike me as a guy that actually bluffs a ton. He's more of a limit player.
He hasn't needed to bluff today, let's be honest.
No.
He's holding the deck.
No, and I'm telling you this right now, folks, is if Josh makes this call, he will be under. He will be at around 5. He'll be at 5 million left in chips, and Benny Glaser will be a massive favorite to win this tournament.
Josh desperately trying to tap into years of live poker experience as he looks over at Benny for any little sign that might indicate strength or weakness, but Glaser stoic and giving nothing away.
Yeah, this is one of the most pure forms of poker, folks. No limit single draw. This is the game that all of you watching, I want you to learn and play this game. There's not a more fun poker game, in my opinion, than draw. Okay? It's interesting. There's a different dynamic of it. There's a lot of thinking. There's a lot of bluffing. If you want to be a poker player at the highest level, you need to learn no limit single draw, folks.
You sit back and observe Aria. Critical decision. Josh finds the fold. Giving credit where credit was in fact due. But of course, those pots can live in your head, you know, as you wonder if you made the right laydown or if you gave away a golden opportunity to snatch 2.9 plus what was in the middle. Meanwhile, we snatch another opportunity to look in on the Ladies' Championship. No complaints, Jared. Fans love it. There's Sheena in the foreground. We already zeroed in on her. Who's this now? Dusty Smith. Now, I got to be honest. Dusty is nomenclature that came into favor more recently to refer to, you know, play or hands that are no good. So, you know, Dusty, in the same way in which everybody was innocently named Karen, and then all of a sudden Karen became a thing. Not the greatest of poker names, but we allow Dusty to do her thing. Leo Margette, she's a main event final tableist.
Can I say something about Leo?
Having a great time. Talk to me.
That woman is a star. She is a star. And you know what's funny?
Rania Nasruddin.
I know Rania too, yeah.
Star designation here or not? But they're having a blast out there, by the way. This is the kind of vibes I want. If I'm ever going to play a tournament, I want these sorts of vibes.
I'll tell you, man, that Leo put on a performance.
She really did. She can play a leg, can't she?
She is.
First woman to make the final table of the World Series of Poker main event, right?
Phenomenal. She is phenomenal. I'll tell you, man, Winamax knows how to sign the top players. They have like such a great amount of top talent. It's crazy. Mateos, Jalvera, incredible. Back to the action here.
Yeah, incredible is not the way that Josh Arya would describe his outing since we got down to 2. But an incredible opportunity perhaps on the button here with the Jack 8 convertible.
Now again, Josh has a hand that when Ali uses the word convertible, what that means is he has a hand that can be played 2 different ways. He could pat the jack and keep it. He can drop the jack and draw to an 8. Having a convertible hand could be very tricky at times, but it's a lot better than having a one-way hand because you have multiple options in how you can play it.
And even though he does end up taking that pot, he wouldn't have minded a little bit of action. Rachel looks anxious there. Josh's wife on the right. Understandably, as her man is having a tough outing here against a very solid operator in Benny Glaser, who's even more difficult to deal with when he's being dealt in.
Now this is the type of hand that I would love to see Josh 3-bet and what we call snow. He's got 2 7s, he's got 2 deuces.
Kind of the first opportunity we've seen for someone to do that, by the way. But I kind of go back to the idea that these are plays made easier when we A, have a chip lead, or B, have the sense that we can get one through. And you can't blame Josh psychologically for feeling like he won't.
But that's the difference, Ali, when you're confident and when you're not. If Josh Arya had the chip lead and he was confident, he would have 3-bet pat that hand. But he's
hang tight. ODB filling Josh's ears with some support. They broke down a spot there, it looked like, briefly. Not breaking down, however, is Benny.
A minimum.
Transitioning to 7 stud, 8 or better now. Glaser brings it in. Josh completes, both of them with just 2 low cards here and a low card in the door. Playing heads up. Glaser knows it's worth peeling. He finds the better of the 4th Street cards as the old banana says hi to Josh. The 9 reviled
you can keep the
in stud 8, and so promptly getting away from it is Josh, as this match continues to feel like it's getting further and further away from him. Trishelle Canatella out there in the ladies event as we continue to work our way around the room for some notables. $15K in front of her. Now only worth 37 bigs as this one continues to get down. As the levels go up. Maria Konnikova, such a dedicated, committed player. Boy, that's a mouthful, whatever that event was down there. I mean, come on. That's the, okay. Here's an eyeful of Katie Lindsay. Red Swan action. Red Sparrow,
Subtlety. I went for subtlety today,
I believe. Conflating, but subtlety certainly not what Katie was going for. Not her hallmark, but joyous and happy affect very much is. There's Erica Lindgren, E-Dog's wife. 52 bigs, 872,000 in front of her. Irene Carey apparently card dead. Josh Arya knows something about that.
From the right person.
Oh, there's Hot Chips. Tiffany Michelle. Guys, I feel like the deep run in the main might even be more interesting than the win at Harvey's Lake Tahoe. Although Lake Tahoe, beautiful, grew up there every summer and winter with some trips from the Bay Area. Worth an adventure if you ever find yourself in proximity. Meanwhile, Josh trying to get himself in proximity of Benny Stack. It's been a challenge as we bring it back to the PPC. Still in stud 8. Open queens now on 5th as Glaser did complete versus the open, the split 10s. Very demoralized by this development, and it seems very apropos of what's been going on, and Josh wearing it on his sleeve a little bit.
Josh continuing to be very frustrated here.
But you cannot blame him.
You
It
can't.
really has been a one-sided affair.
Well, I'll tell you where it started with, Ali. It started with where Josh had ace-9 and elected to 3-bet in a spot where he probably should have flatted. And Benny could have just released his hand with ace-7 offsuit. He decided to 4-bet. And the swing in that hand is really what changed the momentum of this match.
Momentum, which really hasn't been stopped.
And now Aria here with a really good stud high-low hand.
Yeah, 3 wheel cards and a couple of hearts. Happy to complete it versus the bring-in. And again, these are the sorts of hands, this deuce 6 jack, which we wouldn't be keen on playing in a multi-way situation, but heads up, we just are forced to peel. And Glaser will still be engaged now, courtesy of this 4. Aria, however, checking the 7-5-4 deuce, Jared.
And he's checking because of what Benny is showing here. And Benny decides to check behind.
And he finds himself an ace the same time that Josh makes open 5s. Now, it's nice to have a couple of 5s here because you interfere with wheel prospects for Glaser, but on that 6-low draw, Benny will be going nowhere.
No, Benny has 3 to a flush. He's got 3 to a 6 low. He doesn't know, but a jack would be good.
And when Benny flats, we very much do not give him credit for any made low, correct, Jared?
Not always. He can play it tricky. Look at Josh here.
Yeah, open 2 pair, but Benny has made the 8 low. Josh would love to make himself a better low. It's not going to matter as number 2 low slides in for Benny. And without a made low and a two-way hand versus this board, Josh is very much supposed to check, which he does. And he's going to feel very sick to his stomach when this bet comes in, but he'll be forced to call it.
It's a chop.
Again, even though Josh doesn't lose the pot there, you see him kind of shaking his head, sighing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
He's disgusted. Benny just cannot miss.
He is, but, you know, this is how poker goes a lot of the time, especially when you're playing head up, okay? I'll tell you this, Josh just got second a couple days ago on the horse, and I'll hold that thought and go back to day one. I repeat, day one of the women's event. Let's see a 30,000 chip pot. Go, Ali, go.
Not everybody makes it to day two. If you want to check in with some people, now's the time to do it.
Ali, I'm trying to behave. I'm trying to keep control right now. It's day one of the women's event, damn it.
And trying to get herself back up towards starting stack and beyond is Christina Gollins, two-time ring winner. Ashley Frankenthal, this is the second pink cherry hoodie that we've seen.
What is pink cherry?
You know, I'm about to find out. I think I know what it is. Do you have a guess?
Pink cherry.
I thought it was an adult shop, and sure enough it is. I wonder if they're giving out sponsorships, if they're buying people in. No one's ever in the history of poker referred to Kitty Quo as Hui. But, you know, we go by the legal registrant name. Kitty looks like she's had more fun before. There's Lexi Gavin Mather. She's certainly gotten involved in the vlogging of late. There she is. She's grabbing it. She's like, hey, they're zeroing in on me.
Hi, BJ. Hi.
One of our official WSOP vloggers. There's Robbie Jade Liu. Don't need to tell you why she's a household name.
I thought it was Robbie.
Yeah, it is, but again, this is the legal registrant name that we're going by there. Daria Krashenikova. $219,000 on her resume. I'm unfamiliar.
There's a lot of talent in this event, Ali.
What do you mean by that?
Like, there's a lot of great poker players in this field.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's a lot of great poker players. It's funny because Lexi...
But also, like, just objectively, a lot of hotties.
Lexi's been playing poker for almost 2 decades.
Oh, she's got chops. This we know.
Yeah, the whole comment, the whole chats. Let's get back to the action here. We're still playing stud high low. Josh very frustrated right now. I'll tell you this, I don't know the counts, but Benny has won. I would say he's probably won 80% of the hands head up. Can we figure that out?
I don't know that we have it clocked, but that's
125.
You know, even if it isn't technically correct, just psychologically, emotionally, it
feels
very
like,
much feels like a 4-to-1
yeah, it does.
advantage in terms of pots won. As we're now in the triple draw version of deuce.
And again, you know, if Josh can make a few hands here and they go and they play out the hands, I mean, I'll tell you right now, you win 3 pots and you go to, you know, the end on this in this game. I mean, you could be even chipped.
$25K high roller look now where Edward Leonard, who survived elimination with an ace from space on the river, has now claimed a pelt in Dylan Lindy. Leonard the raiser under the gun to 420. Lindy would jam. King, king, 3 deuce versus queen, queen, 10 jack. And, well, quadzilla on the flop for Leonard. He's got himself up to 30 bigs. His rails loving it. Okay, on the topic of loving it.
Okay, this is
8-5-4 deuce is a big one. In the big, 3-betting, Glozer's open. Don't have Benny's hand scanned here.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Okay, so the request comes in.
Great draw here for Josh.
But how many great one-card draws have you played in your life in triple draw? Against
Benny
a
with
draw
his top
3,
down.
no less, and wound up with none of the pot.
Wow.
This would be very emblematic of Benny holding the deck and sun running, by the way. He
But
does
without
have the deuce 3. If you're going to draw 3 as a razor,
I'm
this is
going
certainly
I'm
the
going
2
out on a
cards that
limb,
you want to be
unbelievable.
doing so with.
If you're taking 3, you want to be drawing deuce 3 or deuce 7.
Now this gentleman looks like he's drawn up a bucket of fries, and okay, he's doing the rail right. It's diabolical to go without ketchup, though, sir. I mean, some sort of dipping, ranch. Give me something. Glaser given a 4 here. It is all hearts. Josh hasn't managed to make the low.
Now because Benny
now he
took
pairs. 2. You think he no? Are you suggesting that he's going to pat 5s?
No, I wouldn't pat 5s, but I actually don't like the blind bet by Josh here. I noticed how he bet blind. I actually don't really like it.
But we're 100% betting against the draw too, aren't we?
Not 100, no. And the problem is when you bet without looking, it's not. I don't like it at all.
Okay, now Benny's calling, by the way, and it looks like no. I'm sorry, he's chosen to raise it, and you think it's a function of the dark barrel?
No, I mean let's see what Benny. No, Benny made a 7.
Oh, okay.
And this is
easy
so
game. Good night, sir.
This is so disappointing here for Josh. The one time he makes a good draw to start, he's drawing completely dead here after his opponent took 2. And now Josh makes a king. He's going to check 5th. And Benny's going to bet. And Josh, I don't expect him to fold right away here. The fact that Benny took 2, Josh might get sticky here and look him up.
You think that Benny is raising versus that dark draw 1 with the intention of snowing if he gets flatted and Josh continues to draw?
Listen, he could if he double paired. You know, he doesn't have to have a hand there, but Josh folded pretty quick. And I'll tell you right now, you are looking at Benny Glaser getting completely hit with the deck here.
The point to be made, and it isn't detracting from Benny's talent. That's well established. But this really hasn't been a fair fight. And if Josh was in Benny's seat and vice versa, Josh would have that stack.
100%.
These are facts.
100%.
Well, certainly something close to it. I know Benny's earned it in a few spots, but I don't think anybody would argue that, including Benny. He has been getting hit with the deck. Down to sub 5 million now. Goes Josh. That's 10 big bets. He's going to shoot it up on the button.
3.
Benny defends, draws 3.
Is that okay? Or do I need to redo?
I don't think I've ever seen a head-up match where Benny just, he's won every big pot.
Can I play?
By
Can I play
no
now?
skill, pretty much, by all luck. And Josh has not dragged the pot
Josh
over
was top
like,
down. Wow.
you know,
Definitely
a turn
top
bet
down.
or something.
Worked out for me last time.
I don't think Josh has won a pot at the river, like in a big pot, the whole tournament.
He's chopped. Well, here he is with a gutter as he's on a draw 1 to a 7 or an 8. Straights do count against you in this game, so the 3 is of no use to him as we see that 3 helping Glaser out.
And Aria here is going to bet. He's got to build the pot in position. Benny's going to call here and take 2.
By the way, worthy of note that Glaser has a pair of deuces.
You said 2?
Yep. Check.
But I don't know how much blocker value he's going to give it, considering that Josh raised the button and then drew 3. In those situations, you really have to assume Josh has a deuce, as he does here. And he makes an 86 low. Let's see if Glaser gets onto an 8 draw himself. Don't tell me he drew 2 into a better 8.
I mean, it would be very hard.
Yeah, but it also would be so consistent with what's been going on today. The flat call suggests absolutely not, but the draw 1 means he is drawing to an 8. Is he drawing live? Is there a 7 in there? I don't think. If he's drawing 1, he's not drawing 1 to a 10-8, is he?
No, he is.
Really?
Yeah, he's running that good that he can draw to a 10-8 and think that it's the nuts when he gets there.
Okay, but now that Josh is standing pat, though, he has to think he's done with it, right?
Well, here's the problem, Ali, is he made a 10-8, right? So usually in triple draw, when you make your hand on the river, in general, you usually call a bet here. Let's see, but you know, Benny has a hand that should not be betting. Josh is going to bet for value. And again, Benny knows he beats no value. But will he look him up, and will Josh win his first pot here on the river? And he will.
You know, I'm a bit surprised, I confess, because as things have been going, I don't really imagine that
Not sad.
Josh is in the headspace of bluffing.
I'd have to agree with you, Ali. I mean, like we said, this is the first time I think Josh has gotten paid off and had the best hand on the river this whole time they played head up, okay? I would love to see Josh start running better and making some hands here.
Well, and I'm not saying that, or you're not saying that, I would imagine, from some sort of personal, like, you know, being a homer, but rather we're going to get more of a match out of this if Josh can kind of get the monkey off his back and begin, you know, to show us what he's capable of. But the deck's got to help him out a little bit. Peeking in now on one of our Korean poker vloggers, Yusu Lee, engaged against Chrissy Finiotis of Cyprus. Deuce 10, Jack, trade, deuce.
You're gonna be like, there's a crazy girl. Let me put my hood on.
Waiting on a response here from Finiotis. It's like 6,500 the barrel.
I'm gonna start a new trend.
Looks like Chrissy has jammed, asking Lee for the rest of her 32,000 here. And Lee concedes. So it looks like Chrissy's got things working. Jared has taken the liberty to work himself into a bag of Famous Amos cookies during that break. Are you stress eating over there, Jared? Was it rough for you to endure that cutaway? Be honest.
We're back live at the action.
What's the next game?
$50,000 behind.
Deuce to 7 triple draw.
PPC.
I'll allow that to be the answer, actually.
You're watching two of the top 40, 50 players in the world in mix.
And I'm just watching you work your way through the. Have you already housed all cookies?
I've had a couple cookies.
Okay. There's quite a few still left in here, by the way.
No limit hold'em.
All right. Anytime we get into these big bet streets, even though, as you've pointed out, it would require sort of more of a hand collision, it could all end in the blink of an eye.
It can, and now that the stacks are shorter for Josh, this could be more likely a all-in pre-flop situation. If, you know, someone wakes up with ace-10, someone's got 2 8s. Like you said, it likely can go all in pre. And Josh is taking an approach here that I actually don't really like, is that he's not limping the button for the most part. He's raising with holdings that aren't great, where your opponent is not going to be folding that wide of a range here. The problem is Josh is not bluffing enough to justify all these raises pre-flop, in my opinion. And look at this, Ali. He flops bottom 2 pair.
And Glaser has a little piece with this deuce. Has checked it.
And I'd like to see Josh go kind of small here on the sizing.
Into the 975. Does 325 qualify?
I love it. I love it. And here's the thing with Benny's hand. He's got bottom pair. He's got a king kicker, but he also has a backdoor flush draw. And again, we talked about it. He's never really, you know, most people in no limit head up. They never fold a pair on the flop in either limit or no limit. Look at this turn card.
Full as a little pip to the kicker.
And this is a concerning card for Benny. Okay? It gives Aria a full house, but it also gives Benny more hope that his hand can be good here.
800.
Josh has to continue the betting here. And he sizes up with 800. He goes about half pot. And Benny's got an interesting decision. Benny has to decide now that if I call 4th Street, what am I going to do on a brick river? Okay, and Benny elects to fold. Great fold by Benny. Don't get too caught up in these stats, by the way. They've only played roughly 40, 50 hands. There's a lot of variance. If I had to say, hold that thought back to the mixed event here. We got D-Negs at the final table.
Pot limit Omaha Streets. Juha Helpy in the mix. Along with Edward Leonard, I'm being told. All for 120K to this 3-Jack-9 flop. Couple of diamonds out there.
Juha Helpy, by the way, from Finland.
Yeah, blast from the past, man.
Legend.
He's been around a minute.
He's
Online
a legend.
crusher.
Yep, he's been around forever. He's a legend of the game.
All right, Leonard's out of the way. 275 ahead to book a ticket to this turn, which is the 3 of clubs board pairing situation. Now reads 3-Jack-9. 3. That doesn't look like a 3 on the turn, though. Am I blind? That looks a lot more like a 6 to me. It is a 6. Forgive me.
1,030,000.
So this puts backdoor spades out there, and Helpy's bringing the heat. Negreanu's going to the camera. This suggests that he's not done with the hand. He's actually setting the stage for an all-in call, which he makes.
Pair is good. Pair is good. I have no pair open-ended.
This is ace-king of diamonds. No, ace-king 4-5. Nut diamonds.
What do you got? No pair? You got a pair of pairs? Wow. Ace, king, deuce,
And
4. Ace, king, deuce.
Helpy with ace, 8, 10, 10.
Okay.
And that's a wrap for Daniel. Out in 7th. As Helpy sends Kid Poker packing.
How many? Ace, king, 7,
King's
deuce.
not there.
Why? Oh, make it straight. Sorry, no king. So ace, deuce, 7.
Yeah, so he was open-ended.
7 either? Oh my God, I wasn't even that good a shape. so ace, deuce, diamond. Okay, that's enough. Come on. Ace, good time, didn't pay. So we finished in 7K. And that's that. We had a good
There's
run.
Yuha taking custody of Daniel's remaining stack. By the way, a couple of Finns at that table. At least Parsonen. You don't want to mess with him.
Sorry, John.
Still, though, when you see that Finnish flag, the name that comes to the tip of your tongue was and always will be Patrick Antonius. Haven't seen Patrick out here this summer, have you?
Well, Patrick doesn't play WSOP events.
Zero.
He rarely ever plays.
Okay.
Yeah, he's playing in the cash game streets right now. He's here in Vegas. But he will not play World Series events. He never usually does.
Well, listen, a lot of those cash games he's playing in any given session can be worth more than first place money in some of these events. So,
yeah, including this one right here. Benny here opening.
Yeah, no limit hold'em.
Clubs.
Baby suited connector. Sharing the 4 is Josh. Offsuit and connected. 8-8 deuce. Doesn't hit either holding. These situations certainly benefit the player in position with the betting lead.
And again, this is where if you have a big advantage with the chip stack, it's very hard to play back. Okay, when both opponents have nothing on a board like this, it favors the aggressor and it favors the chip leader.
Hey, babe. Rachel. We're on break.
I'll tell you what, much like a timeout in sports, this is a break I think Josh could very much use. Something to just break up what has been a very one-sided affair. He came in with a chip lead, and now just look where he's at. Sub 7 million, as out chipping is Glaser by a wide margin, better than 3-1. We're going to step aside for about 15 minutes. Can Josh Arieh fight his way back into this 50K PPC heads-up match? We'll find out in 15.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it. The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
Two bets. Ace of diamonds. Checks. Bets. Two bets. Call. Ace of diamonds. Bets. Call. Ace of diamonds. Bets. Call. Ace of diamonds. Bets.
Pair of twos.
Pair of twos. Pair of nines.
Again.
Raise it. 300,000. Call. Benny, can you receive please?
Check. Did you hear me check?
No.
Oh.
Check.
Got it.
That's 300,000. Checks. Check. Checks.
Seven.
That's 700,000. Raise it.
Drop. It's a chop.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
This could be the last card of the 2003 World Series of Poker.
What you see is plain luck. What you don't see is the complex calculation behind every read, the cost of every call, and the weight of every fold. You see them moving with conviction. You don't see the math behind every move. The position, the pot odds, the expected value, the edge. You see the numbers on the cards. You don't see the numbers behind every decision. And the nerve to make the right one.
He's all in.
You see them going all in. You don't see everything they held back. The doubt, the fear, the noise. The real play is never just the move. It's the mind behind it.
Go all in.
The World Series of Poker, now presented by Solana.
I was just too tempted to play these.
All right, that was strong. Never poke the bear.
All in.
You're not better at Phil Ivey at like literally.
Let's go.
The course of 4 rounds of competition, U16 will be whittled down to just one.
To be very successful, you have to have real discipline. You have to do what you know has to be done.
My daisy, did he maybe fall? Oh!
Oh my God.
Oh! If Sergio's bluffing here, oh my God! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Poker is my life.
It is an honor to be next to Mr. Binion to open this marquee World Series of Poker store.
I can't fathom. Basically, it's filled up with poker.
I'm Vidbu Norby, and I'm the Chief Product Officer of the Solana Foundation. Yeah, so international payments is a huge problem. If you come to go play a tournament in the Bahamas, but you're a citizen somewhere else, how do you get money from one country to the other? How do you get money out when you win a tournament? How do you get paid out? Today, the old system is really inefficient. There are a lot of fees. The money can get locked up. Solana makes it easy and instantaneous and free. This is really the power of digital money. I can send someone $1 million or $1, pay a fee under 1/10 of a cent, and it shows up in your wallet instantly, no matter where you are in the world. It doesn't matter. So we're really excited to work with World Series on not just this brand partnership, but how do we enable the poker economy with digital finance and digital money? That's really the next step, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff come to life later this year.
Welcome back to Las Vegas for continuing coverage of the $50,000 Poker Players Championship, which certainly has been a one-sided affair since the onset of heads-up play. Ali Nejad and Jared Blesnick back with you, and certainly eager to find out whether or not, with a break behind him, Josh Aryeh is going to be able to climb his way back into this match, Jared. It has been all Benny Glaser, and the man who took down 3 bracelets a summer ago seems like he's oh so close to taking down one here today, and one that he has not added to his collection, which stands at 8 total, and he can taste number 9.
You really got to feel it for Josh Aryeh here. It's been such unfortunate situations over and over and over. He's got the button here, no limit hold'em. Like you said, Ali, there's a good chance the money can go in pre-flop here if they both get decent holdings. Josh raising with King 3 suited. Action back on Benny here.
He's got about 44 bigs coming into this one.
Yeah, Benny has 0 folds here pre-flop. You don't fold anything suited head up to a raise.
So sure enough, he pays the added $250 demanded by Josh, and to a flop we go. 8-5-4. Glaser with bottom pair.
And this is a flop for Josh. He can go either way. Decides to go small in the sizing. And Benny here has a hand that should be calling here 100% if you want to go to that wizard thing. No value in raising. Wants to see how Josh acts on the turn here as Benny decides to call. Let's see 4th Street, Ali.
9 of clubs.
And that's improve either player.
0 value to this king high.
And again, these are the sorts of barrels which come so much more easily when you've got the wind at your back, a little momentum, some good table image. But when that's not the case, it's certainly a lot tougher to try to storytell.
And now
Sure
Benny.
enough, to check back from Josh.
And now Benny making queens up here. And that's actually a hand that on the river favors Josh's range. Benny's not really supposed to have a queen in his hand by calling the flop. And let's see what Benny decides to do here. He knows that Josh would check back a lot of 8s and 5s on the turn. Okay. If Josh backed into a queen here, Benny here deciding to bet here because a lot of draws did miss here on the flop, right? So like, you know, 10-6, 6-jack, you know, king-6, king-7. There's a lot of draws that missed here, and Josh is thinking here awfully long with king-3 high here.
It's the overbet, Jared. We know that this is a polarizing thing to be confronted with, and you're questioning what sorts of hands would actually bring this heat. And as you pointed out, he's not supposed to have a queen in his hand. He's not supposed to show up with 10-jack. 6-7, I suppose.
The problem is here is Benny has not shown that he's capable of bluffing here in a lot of spots.
Yeah, and Josh not looking to grab a cape, understandably here. Saves himself some chips in the process. But again, his soldiers are defecting at an alarming rate in each and every battle. And his camp, which now includes Daniel Negreanu, his agent Brian Balsba, concerned for their man, who's trying to get himself etched onto that Chip Reese trophy, but thus far the deck and Benny Glaser have had other ideas. Beautiful one.
Queen 10 suited here.
Up we go. Ducklings. In the big here for Josh.
And this is a great hand that I'd be flatting with. You don't want to 3-bet this hand and then face a 4-bet when you know your opponent at worst is going to have 2 overcards. They're going to be head up here to the flop. Again, 2s are a hand that play really poorly.
7-7-6 board, though, is above average texture for those deuces.
And I'd like to see Benny continue the betting here. He doesn't have to size up here. And Josh is going to be kind of in an uncomfortable situation here if Benny decides to bet here. Benny decides to check it. Okay. And look at this. Benny's continuing to run literally insane.
Queen on the turn. Easy game.
And the problem is Benny's running so good that it's almost like Josh can't believe he's making this many hands. So this is when you play head up and you say to yourself, how can he keep making hands over and over and over? But the truth is this, is that we said it at the start of head up play, is that whoever gets dealt the better hands in a spot like this with 2 great players is more often than not going to win this tournament. And Benny's continuing here with a bet. And I got to tell you, man, I'm watching this, and I'm very frustrated right now.
I'm in pain for the man.
I am too, because I'll say it on the telecast. I want that man to win right there. I want Josh Ari to win this tournament, and the deck cannot save his life for the hell of it.
I think we're both in agreement, Jared, that eventually Josh's time for a nomination and induction into the Hall of Fame will come, especially under the new rules. That backlog's going to get cleared. But not getting the nomination this year, it would have been something tremendously validating about being able to win this PPC. Nothing, however, going his way, and another 6 on the end means he's just playing the board. Counterfeited, and whatever can go wrong has gone wrong for Josh on the day.
Yeah, and this is a spot now where Josh he knows he cannot win the hand. And this would be disastrous here if he decides to bluff at it. And he is, Ali. Look at this. He's going for chips. He's betting about 1.4 million.
I mean, he's going to get looked up.
I mean, here's the thing, though, okay? What Benny is thinking right now is what are the type of holdings that Josh Aria is doing this with, okay? Is he doing this with ace high? Probably not. Is he doing this with queen X? Probably not. Did he slow play a 7? It looks like he's doing this with a 6. And he makes the call.
One.
And again, you're watching frustration at the highest level by Josh Aria.
Back at the 25K mixed no limit pot limit Omaha event, Daniel Negreanu just eliminated in 7th for a little bit more than $150,000. Another good run for him, and a few good runs for Sean Winter, perhaps the best player in the world to have never won a World Series of Poker bracelet. 3rd at the 25K, 4th in the 250K, and a couple of 12th place finishes. Maybe a dark horse for World Series of Poker Player of the Year. Our final 6 guaranteed a little bit more than 200K. So we have this final table. We have the Super Seniors final table. And for more on the 1500 freeze-out final table, we bring in Natalie Bodie.
Hey, Jeff, that's right. We're checking in here at the $1,500 freeze-out that is down to a final table. Over 2,600 entries and just 8 remain, each vying for that WSOP gold bracelet up top, along with $449,000. Among them, Aram Zobian, seeing if he can add a bracelet in this event to his collection. More updates to come from the floor as we get closer to a winner.
Boy, we've got dueling sideline reports now as we welcome Natalie back into the fold after heading over to grab the crown of Miss Nevada. She'll be competing in Miss USA coming up. I don't know when, but certainly we'll be rooting for her here. Meanwhile, Glaser with split kings to get things underway. 3 suited was Josh, finds a pair of 8s just to ensure that he has to come along even further here in these stud-high streets. Kings up now for Benny. I mean, this is... Toss that man some SPF 50 because the sunburn is imminent. He really has just absolutely engaged God mode.
Ali, I'm so tilted watching this in real time. This is so frustrating right now.
But just never mind any personal. Just as a poker player, you feel for Josh Aria as this has just been a disaster for him. He does pick up a hard draw here on 6th. Open 9s, 3 pair for Glaser.
You got to understand something, okay? When you're Josh Aria and you've been playing poker for 25, 30 years, okay? He just got 2nd in the horse. He got snubbed on a Hall of Fame nominee, which was, in my opinion, completely absurd. And now he's a massive favorite to get 2nd again. When you play these tournaments, it sounds crazy, but you're playing to win. You want to win, especially when you just got 2nd here. And, I mean, look at this. This is so frustrating.
Another L is going to get hung on him here. He can't even beat what Benny is showing.
No.
Just take it, buddy. In all those years that you just touched on, Jared, I have to imagine few and far between have been the occasions on which Josh has endured something such as this. In a PPC, no less, on this stage, for this much money. The pay differential between 1st and 2nd is $450,000.
Yeah, but that's, trust me, Josh wants to win this tournament. He watched one of his best friends and Daniel do it 2 years ago. Benny here doing his little victory lap, standing up here. Benny, You have done nothing impressive since we've gotten head up. You're a phenomenal talent, but you have done nothing but run good head up in this match. And that's the truth of it. That's facts, Ali.
We'd be saying the same thing about Josh if he was in that seat.
I mean, I'm just telling you the truth.
You know, this isn't specific to Benny. Anybody in that seat would have to concede that this had more to do with card distribution than anything else. And that's okay, and it's allowed. Nobody's ever won a tournament by skillfully executing in every single moment. Sometimes you take kings into aces and win. Sometimes your ace-king beats aces. I mean, you know, a run over 4 days, Jared, is going to include getting it in bad in all likelihood. You know, and it's just, it is what it is.
It's true, chat. I mean, you could say whatever you want. Benny deserves to be here. But this is just so unfair to Josh. It just is. He doesn't deserve this pain. This is so upsetting.
This is the fourth.
And now we're coming more into more stud hands, which again favors Benny here. This was his game plan from the beginning, to get to the studs, to get to 08, to get to draw. Guys, do me a favor. Put it on mute. I can't take it anymore. If you don't want to listen to me, put it on mute. Because I've had enough.
3 bets. 4 bets. All in.
Oh, wow.
All right, it's all in. Jared,
Need some sevens.
wired jacks for Josh, wired sevens for Benny.
I have
Gun to your
sevens, he
head,
has
which
jacks.
hand do you like?
I have jacks.
I like Benny's hand. Percentages don't matter at this point.
I do too.
I'll just say Benny's going to win this pot. How about that?
Can we cauterize the wound? Can the hemorrhaging come to an end? Or is Benny going to hoist the title?
Defense?
That's fine, guys. You're not going to see me ever again. You can. That's fine.
Easy,
That's fine.
easy, Jared. There's a hand to call here. The jack is going to be difficult to make use of for Glaser as Aryeh finds a 9. To 5th we go. Still no
Queen's good now.
improvements to either hand.
Can we just go to 7th here and just Benny won the tournament? Can we just do that?
Well, he hasn't won it on 6th.
Here comes 7th.
He is drawing live as both players have just one pair.
He has a flush draw
Josh
now.
has picked up a
Do you wanna go
diamond
first?
draw as well.
No.
Sorry, no?
I'm all in.
No, I'm just asking your preference.
No,
you want me to go first?
No. I would like you to go first.
Okay. Nope.
And what's Benny done here? He's bricked.
Wow.
He's bricked, Jared.
Great.
I'm just saying.
Great.
1.225.
Granted, the double isn't exactly mighty playing 3 and 6. But it gives a reason for palms to come together on Josh's rail.
Guys, I'm tired of it.
I'm gonna shut your laptop, Jerry. You got to stay
150?
out of the chat streets, buddy. It's not good for your mental health. What's more difficult, you staring at chat or Josh having to go through what he's gone through out there today?
No
It's close.
Ali, get me back to day 1 of the women's event, please. 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 At least I could be here in silence, damn it.
All right, Omaha 8 are better now.
What happened to the super seniors, by the way? There was 4 left. Where's that? Show me that.
Still no answer.
08. Benny Glaser, probably the best in the world at it. This is going to be a massive problem right now for Josh with his chip stack. Let's see what he can do here and see if he can make some hands here. Great PLO hand, really bad hand in 08 here.
2 bets.
Yeah, now you guys want to wake up.
Call.
Oh, and Benny, look at this.
Yeah, waking up with ace, deuce, jack, 10. Raising it up. Pretty ugly 9-8-7-6 here. And, well, it's aces up for Benny. And just absolute dust.
Benny flopping what we call a mirror. 3 pair here. Josh looking at his hand. He has a lot of backdoor equity here. He doesn't know this, but his low would actually be good if he gets there. See what the turn brings. And there is one of the turn cards that gives Josh a lot of equity here.
Yeah, the inside wrap and a pair of sixes.
And what's crazy here is that Josh...
The 8-7 low draw, right?
Yeah, Josh is actually free rolling. He is free rolling here for all of it.
Instead, it's a 5 on the end. The ace is up. Will hold.
But if I'm Benny, I continue the betting, okay? I know that my opponent doesn't have a wheel. I would have heard from 3-4 on the flop or the turn. And now what Benny's doing is he's trying to get Josh to fold half the pot. Josh knows he can't get more than half the pot, and it would be a miracle for him to get half. A miracle. Wow, and that's a great bet by Benny in a situation where he got Josh to fold half.
And you can't blame him with such a light low and a light high, Jared. It's just...
No.
It's an impossible thing to expect that you're taking any of that pot as played.
The problem is when you play a hand like that, right? When you have third pair, you know your high's not going to win. So you're praying to get half with a low. Very tough situation, a bad spot there for Josh.
And the thing is, with that fourth low card coming out, the 5, even if Benny didn't have a made low, any of those paired cards, the low cards with a unique low card, and he's producing a low that's going to beat 8-7.
Okay.
All right, looks like Josh is all in once more. Ace 3, 4, 7 with spades. Ace and the 4 are shared. Last time Josh found himself in this spot, he did double. Can he pull it off again? That is not the face of a man who has optimism coursing through his veins. He can't be blamed for that.
Oh, wow.
King 4 tray.
We got a long way, babe. We got a long way.
And an ace 7 low draw for Josh. Well out in front. This is absurd.
Yeah, yeah, spades.
Benny has just found a queen to make a better 2 pair. Josh is trying to catch a low here for a quarter, or obviously the 3.
One time, you've had about 40 times. Benny. What the hell are you talking about? One time.
Oh my God.
One time.
That's it.
Congrats, man. Good game. What did you have in the pot we played yesterday?
I was about
like the queen 3 of spades or something? Good game.
Well, you'll forgive us for not building a whole lot of suspense and a whole lot of drama when it all came down to it, but this one felt almost preordained for Benny Glaser, overcome with emotion. Just really indicative
God.
of how big this one is.
Well done. All these times.
Congratulations, Benny Glaser.
It was meant to be, right? It was meant to be.
One of the best mixed game players in the world. Got hit with the deck head up. Josh, what a great last week for Josh. 2 seconds, the 10K horse, the 50K PPC. What a run. Great event.
Well, that run culminating in a walk over to the payout desk with yet another second under his belt. $895,000 richer for his efforts, but the 1.34 and change.
Oh my God.
And an accolade.
Turn me off, guys. Go ahead. Congratulations. Please take advantage of it and just turn it off.
An accolade that stands apart from all of the other 8. Bracelet number 9 for Benny Glaser as the chips all wound up in his possession.
I know this is awful timing, but I would love to steal you for a quick sec.
Can you give me a minute?
Yeah,
Can I get a minute?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, he's coming.
It isn't like this is Benny's first bracelet. The emotion very much speaks to, even for someone as accomplished as him, with all of the earnings over the course of his career, which are not bashful, 11.1 million. This is about winning a PPC. This is about a statement.
You don't.
And I have to imagine that this is the high point in Benny's career.
Sorry to rush you.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see what he has to say about it all as we send it down to Jeff.
Do I have to now?
Benny, this moment, if you can, for us, sum up just a little bit of what's running through your mind.
Not sure if I can. It's a literal dream. It's the greatest moment in my career by far.
Yeah.
I've wanted this for so many years. I've come close twice. I cannot put into words. I'm so happy. It's amazing.
Yeah. So not only do you have the significance of this specific tournament, but you also now have 9 World Series of Poker bracelets. What's it like to hear that?
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I just cannot put it into words. I wish I had more time to connect myself before this.
Yeah.
It's unreal, amazing.
We'll have plenty of time to talk in the next few weeks. But what do you say we just get right to this moment?
Sounds
because
amazing.
Not only will you have your name etched on the Chip Reese Memorial Trophy, but on behalf of the World Series of Poker, it really is a true honor of mine and a historic moment to present you with your 9th World Series of Poker bracelet. There it is, our 50K Poker Players Champion, Benny Glaser, wins bracelet number 9.
Oh, let's go. Woo! Oh my God. Woo!
Basking in it, understandably, is Benny Glaser, and I suspect he's not going to wind down anytime soon, as we're going to wind it back up tomorrow with coverage of that 1K Ladies Championship as Sheena Okamoto, the Phenom, looks to make it to the summit yet again. Can she three-peat? That process starts tomorrow, 7 o'clock local time. Until then, on behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and Jared Blesnick, this is Ali Najad saying thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow with more from the World Series of Poker. Good night.